last we left off, attempting to follow the constant detector, it was guiding you east-southeast or so, and directly into the heart of Narset, a land where everyone is forbidden from entering, but you had a dragon attempting to fly over the western coast. You were shot at by a series of golden eyes kind of rising up in towers from the seabed, and also being chased by a number of lantern wyverns. Seeing the tide turn against you in a bit, you did U-turn and instead opted for the semi-legal right, the diplomatic route, if you will. Landing close to the town of Vospa instead of walking to the Great Dragon Bridge, the mountainous entrance to the land of Narset, where no one set foot in a number of years. You, with all your knowledge of the true history of this world, with your power, your blessings of the gods, was enough to convince the diplomatic scholar that's sort of manning the entrance to the Great Dragon Bridge, a dark-skinned man. Several piercings in the ear, but otherwise just kind of a dude. Wearing kind of grayish silver robes, to come forth and offer you entrance into Narset. Goes by the name of Celizazo. And as you're walking for the next couple of hours, walking past corpses of dragons across, and finding a fairly large town, maybe small city, where Celizazo goes and procures some supplies for the journey south, where apparently you are supposed to meet the Magister, the leader of Narset, before he can assist or even really authorize your being in the country for now. You had a conversation with the Dragonborn kid while you're there, and another passed out kid from the Chris's haste spell. But over the next few hours of conversing with Celizazo, you discuss a number of things. The history of Narset, the matters of truth, lie, of what happened before, of dangers uncovered, of the dragon up north with the commission, and any other bits of information that you shared with Celizazo and Celizazo shared with you. And just before the mountainous region called the Dry Jaw, you all set up camp for the night, having procured supplies, camels, for the next stretch of the journey, but you all rest up for the night. Riley, you detect some tremors on the other side. You see birds, you see flocks of axe beaks. But otherwise, your watch goes uneventful. Chris, you take up watch, and you feel a prick on your side, just below the ribcage or so. No visible wound or anything. And you begin to almost forcibly be pulled into the Dry Jaw. The more you try to get away, you make no progress, and every time you look back and look forward again, you're further in than you were before. Luckily, Azek was awake, because he doesn't need to sleep, to witness the strange activities of Chrysostomus Killager, who awakens you, Zero, who awakens everyone else. And Riley, you go and pull back Chris and retrieve him from the Dry Jaw, who resists you the entire way through. Eventually you knock him out and literally drag his body back to camp, where he is seizing up, foaming at the mouth, his eyes roll back in his head. Celizazo wakes up, sees the symptoms or so, and states his soul is in jeopardy.
So what did he do this time?
Nothing. This is a phenomenon, to say the least. His soul has been... again, this is not a fairly researched field. It is a very rare occurrence, but from best we can tell, his soul is in the underworld for dragons. Why he's there, I don't know. What brought him there, I don't know. This only occurred a handful of times throughout the history of Narset.
I'm gonna turn to Isaac and ask him, what happened before he started acting weird?
God, what is this? Just make another perception check for Isaac, because I don't want to scroll all the way up to see what his perception check was.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I think he's a hawk right now. Or wait, is he a dog right now? What?
It might be dog. I think it's dog.
He's got that dog in him.
I'm going to kick you in the nuts.
No, he's hawk because I wanted to fly something into Narset before
Right.
we did what we did.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait, I didn't read the thing about how to do the... Okay, never mind. Sorry, I didn't understand how the toolbar on the left worked. I still don't, but it's fine.
It's the same stuff. It's just reorganized stuff around. Okay. The hawk doesn't have advantage or anything on subjects, right?
Only if they rely on scent.
Okay. Yeah. This would not. Okay. Isaac doesn't spot anything. Isaac,
Oh, no.
he sort of turns towards you and goes, I don't know. Stood up. Walked away.
I'll relay that information to Riley that we did right, like nothing happened beforehand. So what do you recommend we do?
Genuinely, I truly do not know. Again, this only happened 5-6 times maybe throughout the history, thousands of years of Narset. The circumstances behind this is very unknown. In fact, even the theory of the underworld is loose at best. So
You said for dragons, right?
Yes, called Makul King. The dark.
What would the dragons want with him?
Well,
It can't possibly be because we killed Rotave, because then all three of us would have been dragged in.
He was the one that dealt the killing blow, though.
That is true.
Oh, fuck. It's really about Rotave? Oh, shit.
I mean, it could be, possibly, but this is a phenomenon we have observed, but it is possible to witness the soul energy of someone when they pass on. It generally filters out somewhere, but for dragons, it seems to seep downward. Always downward. Vast quantities of it. Dragons are very powerful creatures. Souls must be powerful in turn. And I do not know why, but their souls go down. Makul King, the dark where dragons die. They're going somewhere. In the few recorded instances of this happening, when this occurred, when the victim ultimately expired, the souls pulled downward, much like a dragon. We still do not know why. So, when you ask what to do, I am at a loss. I can... perhaps we can read the symptoms first. At the very least, make sure he doesn't injure himself.
That's a good idea.
I am going to take my Truth Seer. How many charges do I have? I have all 3. Okay. I'm going to take my Truth Seer and I'm going to slice Chris's palm just to get some of his blood on it. And I want to make a check with my Truth Seer.
Okay. A medicine check?
Yeah, bursts of knowledge. I guess, fuck. not medicine because that relies on wisdom. Can I just do a religion check or history, arcana? I don't know. Something that relies on intelligence.
Yeah, I'll say, if you want, the medicine check will, it depends on what you want to look for. You're trying to find a way to treat the symptoms, like that would be a medicine check, and the DC will be lower. If you want to find a source or a cause, you could try either religion or arcana, but the DC is much higher.
And you said the first one would just help me relieve symptoms. Second one will help me find the cause.
Potentially. If Alina knows it at all.
I don't know. My wisdom's -1 for medicine. Fuck. I don't want to waste this charge on a roll I'm gonna get -1 for, so I'm gonna make an arcana or history, whichever I can, to see if I can find the cause, maybe.
Okay. I'll say, yeah, you can make either of those 3 checks, actually. Arcana, religion, or history.
Which one's arcana, history, and what else?
Arcana, history, or religion.
Religion, okay. Oh.
Ouchie.
Looking through Alina's history books, of seeing how this happened, the cause is still unknown, even to Alina. Alina knows this happened because Alina has some sort of like basis in, you know, the history in our set in a way, being like a semi-worshipped god still around here. She does not know what causes this. There's only been 6 occurrences this has happened. Make an investigation check. Okay. Alina only knows this information. There have been 6 occurrences that have happened. But you thumbing through, not Alina, you look together at the 6 that this occurred to. The same symptoms, foaming at the mouth, seizures, and then eventually they just die. Alina's also noted the soul being pulled down, when usually it kind of just filters out into just nothing, like water being splashed on a surface and just spreading out. This gets almost magnetically pulled down. That's all Alina's observed. You, with your ability to piece together information, and just kind of knowing Chris in a way, see a pattern between the 6th and now 7th victim, the one that lays at your feet below you. The first one was the very first ruler of Narset, the very first magister. The second was a very powerful sorcerer in Narset, born of one of the very few great worms still existed, like dragons have existed basically at the dawn of time. The third one, kind of similar story. Fourth one, similar story. These, you've deduced the pattern. All of these victims were very powerful in their own right. Most of them are spellcasters. Some of them, there's one that isn't, but is otherwise like very heroic, very powerful, very aged, very wise, and very dead because of this affliction.
I see. I will communicate all of that to Riley. Can I make another check? And I'll use another charge, but to do the medicine check for the symptoms?
Sure. Okay, that's enough. Yeah, so I was sort of looking around. He's like thumbing through. He brought a little satchel bag. He's going through books. You can see he's like herbal medicine and like plants that grow around this location. You don't read Draconic at all. That book is Draconic, but almost every time you blink with either of your 3 eyes, every so often one kind of glows in silver on the drawings, and you sort of stop Salazar, point at it. Salazar sort of looks around and finds the plants necessary. He begins grinding them up. And you begin systematically pointing out the plants that are needed immediately to at least treat the symptoms so that potentially whatever's going on in Chris right now is a little easier. Or at least he won't hurt himself, or at least the body won't expire as fast.
Okay.
Yeah, but that'll take a couple minutes. Riley, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try and read his mind to see if I can gain any insight.
Okay. There's nothing there. It's a strange phenomenon, actually. The body's still alive. You can still like go in and read his mind. I think he did it once before when he was walking in, and it was just kind of madness. But right now, there's just the body's alive, but the mind is not present.
Uh-oh. They took his faculties with him, too.
Let me see. Can I use Eye of Truth?
Sure. Okay. Use Eye of Truth. Make a perception check. And you're looking on Chris, and you're expecting some sort of like spectral, like thing to be like hooking around him, but there's generally nothing there. You can see into the dark infinitely. You can see that group of Axbeaks camping like just a couple 100 feet away from you. You can see the lights of the town you left. But around Chris, it's just Chris.
When I got all that history of all the different people that have had it, have any of them been saved?
No. Yeah, the history spanned like thousands of years, like well into the like umbral, like nearing the astral era, like near the creation of the thing. This is occurred 6 times.
I would like to go through Chris's things and find his spell focus.
Sure. Riley currently has the Apotheosis Vessel, but he has the spoon. Chris has the spoon still. Or his book. His spell book also works as well.
Yeah, the book.
I don't know what to do, because as of right now, the only common denominator is that these people were very, very powerful, all in their own right. The only thing I can think of is taking some of that power away, but even then, it's just a tool. It's not really, weakening him at all. I don't know what to do.
I mean, I've already taken his vessel, so... Like, that was what really pushed him over the edge in terms of power. Riley's gonna check the bag of holding again, make sure it's still there.
Yeah, you look at it. It's still there. You want to reach in and grab it?
No.
Okay, but if you look in, you imagine it's there, and it's like the only object in the bag of holding. Just how the magic works, and it's just sitting there.
Yeah, he's still there.
Chris, you found yourself slowly, almost being sucked into the dry jaw. Every time you try to teleport out, you would just teleport further in, and eventually everything just went black. And you can run, you can walk, you can kind of feel the ground on your feet. It almost sounds wet, like water dripping in a cave. You don't see anything. Down is just a black void. The only thing you can see are just 2 little white pinpricks in the distance, or very close, and it's just dark and you can't tell. It's hard to tell which. You're running towards it, you can try to walk away, but that pinprick, those 2 pinpricks just stay the same distance away from you. And it's been like this for about a minute or 2. Nothing's changed so far. What are you doing?
In the space that I am, does it appear that I have my items on me?
You don't, actually. You just are dressed in your normal clothes. No items, no Ponthus vessel. You still have your hat. No book, but you're just you.
Okay. And it appears like I'm in a cave, but I can't really see anything around me
It's
except
just,
for the two
it is
pinpricks.
literally just black. It's not even a cave. It sounds like you're in a
Okay.
cave. Every time you walk, it echoes. Every time you take a step forward or back or stand in place or anything, it's like the floor is slick with puddles. But you don't see a cave. You just hear it. That makes sense.
Am I able to do either an investigation check or a perception check just to see, kind of maybe see if I can sense or feel or identify where I am or if there's anything else here?
Yeah, you can make an investigation or a perception check. Yeah. Trying to feel around, trying to look for anything. You try to make sense of your surroundings, but how do you do so when there's nothing to base any of your experiences? Nothing to relate to. There's nothing to use as a landmark. It is void. You are perfectly lit. You can clearly see your body, yet there's nothing around you. Just those two white pinpricks. From your distance, they look only a couple, like 20, 30 feet away, or they're just very close. Kind of hard to tell. It's just far away, or big, or if it's small. Two white pinpricks.
I think I'll just head towards those.
Yeah, you try to walk towards it, and you're walking for a while, and the pinpricks don't really. It doesn't look like you're getting any closer or smaller. It's just staying in the same position. You feel yourself walking. You can almost feel wind on your face. Like, but making no progress. There's no visible progress.
Do I notice any changes to the body?
Your body?
Yeah.
Looking down? Make an investigation check. Looking down? Not really. You got your two arms, two legs, a torso, a head. Trying to feel yourself around. You feel your skin. You have sensation. But no changes to the body. As you're checking your body, you look up at the pinpricks. You're just kind of taking in your surroundings. There's two more white pinpricks behind you. There's now four. Two of them flanking.
So two in front and two behind.
Yes.
Can I go to the side?
Yeah. You're going to the side and they're just... You're making distance, you can't feel it. You can't see it. They're just keeping the exact same distance from you, or if you're moving at all. It's very hard to tell.
What if I look up? Is
Look
there
up.
anything up?
Nope, look up, same thing, just a void. Yeah, so you look up and look back down for now four more pinpricks. Just kind of scattered around. Not necessarily behind or front, but now there's one below, one just kind of off to the side. Two more pairs. Four total.
Were we ever told any exact number how many dragons are on this or in our set?
No, just that there's a good amount. Like, there's a good amount that live and a good amount that die here.
Okay.
So there's 6 total pinpricks at the moment.
4 pairs, so 8 total pinpricks.
Oh, okay. 4 pairs. Hmm. do I have any knowledge or history on any sort of phenomena that may or accounts of just seeing pinpricks in a void of darkness, or even just a realm of a void of darkness or something like that?
This would be the same rolls: Arcana, History, or Religion. You would have to roll very high. Okay. 21. Going through the knowledge base you have, there are lots of planes and locations where it is just abject darkness. Many of the Abyss. The Shadowfell is another one where it's dark all the fucking time. Lots of planes are just very dread and gloom. But nothing you've read feels like this. Where it's just, you're in pure void, you're perfectly lit, you're making no progress no matter which way you're running. And there's often just two little pinpricks of white just kind of in the darkness. Totally visible, but just staring. At this point, Chris is still seizing up in reality, let's call it. Foaming at the mouth. You can see that he's now bleeding from the nose. By this point, Celezazo has now concocted some sort of, for lack of a term, ball of herbs that he's now kind of mixing into with some sort of tea that he just had on, and is now trying to have Chris drink it. It's less drinking and more just kind of pouring down his throat and hoping most of it gets into the stomach. After a minute or so, the symptoms subside for a bit, and now Chris is just kind of, sort of, he's still bleeding from the nose, but he stopped foaming and he stopped seizing up. The body's now still, eyes still rolled back, but motionless at the very least.
Well, I suppose that's one thing down. Now we need to find out how to get rid of it.
The pull on one's soul is not a affliction that is easily remedied, I'm afraid. I do not know how long it'll last, but perhaps we can rush. Push through the dry draw and hope we can make it to civilization. Mossis will know what to do, perhaps. But that'll be a week, maybe more.
Do you have anything on you from this destination?
Mestizo. He was looking through his belongings and just kind of pulls out a couple books. These are from the Severai repository. So,
Well, that's step one.
I mentioned that teleportation does not work well in our set.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Simon, explain to me what the mechanical rules of that are. Does it just, is it a higher DC or what is it?
You can try teleporting. There is a random chance you just might end up somewhere else. You're always guaranteed to at least roll somewhere on the table. Even with a object.
Because previously the object guarantees we'd get there, right?
Yes.
And so now
It doesn't.
there's no guarantee for anything.
No.
Okay.
It's better to have it than not, but it's no longer a guarantee, no.
I'll be right back real quick.
Okay.
All right. Well, do you think it's worth a shot?
Could be. I worry if for some reason, because it could teleport us anywhere, and I'm worried that it might take us out of Narset, and then we won't be able to get back in.
There's a good chance it might take us into the ocean.
Well, that wouldn't be a problem for me.
It would be a problem for the rest of us.
Based on what I saw, the only thing I can think of is either it's treating him as a threat or it wants his power. And if that's the case, I don't know how to go about, like, do we offer... Okay, out of character for a second. Who told us that it takes him to the dragon?
That was
Shadow Realm?
Salazar.
But he did tell us that, like, I know that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he says that Makul King is the name for the underworld for dragons, pretty much. They don't know why that dragon souls are pulled downwards, but they've witnessed this several times. When a dragon dies, they can, some people could see the souls of dragons being pulled downwards specifically.
Do you think it thought he was a dragon? I don't know
It's
why it
possible.
would.
Maybe because he's
powerful enough
strong?
to kill dragons, yeah. And he speaks Draconic. I don't know.
Well, he just recently arrived. Perhaps it's something to do with this status of your slaying of Ratave. Perhaps Makul King thinks he's earned the right, but it is a graveyard for dragons. Why would it take him preemptively?
Maybe this isn't even a bad thing. Maybe we just have to wait it out and see what happens.
Okay, I'm back.
Do you think? I mean, obviously there's no way we can tell him this. He's not here. But I mean, like, could this have something to do with him needing to speak to Ratave?
To apologize for killing him?
I don't know.
I mean,
Honestly, I don't even think Ratave would be angry that he died.
it's true. White dragons have a penchant for a predator and prey relationship. Sorry, it's not geeking off dragons. We can wait. The last few times this has happened, it has always ended in a fatality.
Well, I suppose we can always, maybe we should just slowly get towards safety then.
We can try to travel back to town if you wish to find a quieter place to lay him, or we can stay here wherever that we've already set up camp.
No, let's continue on. I mean,
Well,
unless
if-
you need to rest, I'm not certain.
If I was able, okay, because here's the thing, teleporting us in anywhere in Narset, I'm not confident just because I've never been there. Obviously, my chances of teleporting anywhere from this point are not what they used to be, but at least we've been to Obethis. Do you think if we took him to Obethis, they'd be able to do anything for him?
No. Because this doesn't seem to be a possession. They literally took his soul. His faculties are gone. This is not like a case that they would have an easy time fixing. It's still very much possible, but how possible? I think we'd have a better chance just getting to our destination first.
Agreed, even if it takes a week, 2 weeks, at the very least we're making progress instead of leaving it in hands of fate.
Okay. How long would it take us to get there just by horse?
By camel through Dryjaw, at least, at the minimum, a week.
What about horse?
All I have are camels.
I know. What about horse?
It's about the same.
Even though horses can go faster?
They can only run so long.
What if it's a phantom horse?
If you wish to make that journey solo, well,
At least 2 of us could ride on the horse, and then 2 of us could ride on the carpet.
they don't need to.
This is
rest.
true. Yeah, if we grab Fieri and take him here.
Oh, and I have Phantom Steed, the spell.
Oh,
It only lasts about an hour at a time, and I can only cast it 3 times per day, but it's...
well, it's a
something.
little bit of speed anyway.
Yeah. Because I have no idea what else to do. I don't feel like there's much else we can do on our end because it's obviously something they saw in him.
Yeah, I don't think casting Greater Restoration will do anything here either.
Can I? Is my Eye of Truth still active, Simon?
It lasts 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I still like look him over? Just check. I want to look at all angles. I want to look the direction he was walking in. I want to look above us, anything to see if there's something watching us or something that might be responsible for this.
Make an investigation check. Okay. Looking around carefully, taking your time to do this, not just glancing around, making sure, like following the footsteps, you can see the imprints in the dry grass nearing like sand or rock at this point that he took, trying to find anything where he sat, where he was knocked unconscious by Riley. Looking around. Okay. Near the camp. Very hard to see. You only really see it because of Eye Truth. Alina kind of spots it and almost highlights it in silver for you. The size of a sewing needle and just as thin, a very tiny centipede. Very tiny.
Wait, you said near camp, like near our things?
Yeah, there's other centipedes there, which is disconcerting for you, but this one, for some reason, Alina thought reason to highlight it. It almost glows in silver, and as you look at it, it is very thin, incredibly small. Like, if you hadn't like had its Eye Truth open, it might possibly be like near invisible to the naked eye.
Can I pick it up with Mage Hand?
And you pick it up with Mage Hand, you see the silver spot still lingering in the air with it. You pick it up. It kind of wriggles against your grasp, but it's otherwise kept contained.
I want to bring it to Salizazo and just say, I have a feeling this might be responsible. I don't know if this is able to help us at all, but this thing.
Okay. As you kind of hover over to Elizazo, make a roll. Okay. He sort of goes into his bag to pull out like a little jar, like just an empty jar, kind of unscrews it as he's sort of hovering over or under the Mage Hand, almost waiting for you to just kind of pour it in. As you're basically about to do that, let go and let it drop into the jar. You can see, or at least, well, no, literally, you can see with your Eye of Truth, this tiny centipede. You can see, it almost zooms in. It is almost pink. It's almost mistaken for a worm, but like if you kind of look closely, you can see the hundreds of legs it has, just microns thick. But it doesn't end in jaws, it ends in a needle. It's not really a head either, it almost just tapers into this very, very paper-thin hypodermic needle. And as you're looking at it, the tip pricks, as it's wriggling, pricks the finger of Mage Hand, and the Mage Hand is immediately dispelled. But luckily, Salizazo was already basically in preparation to catch it, and it just falls into the jar, and just he kind of screws it back on, and now contained in the jar. But Mage Hand just got dispelled by this tiny little centipede. Like, fucking
Holy
needle.
shit.
I don't like that, man.
Would you like to cast Mage Hand again?
I would like to try, sure.
Yeah, you cast Mage Hand and it reappears. Seemingly just... It didn't eat the magic, but it did somehow dispel it. But otherwise, it seems normal other than that purple spot that, you know, was gained from the dragon.
This is fucking anti-magic worm. Stupid. Dumb little
So you
worm.
caught some sort of centipede in a jar. I don't
Yeah.
even see it. I'm gonna take
Yeah.
out Zoom Zoom.
You take out Zoom Zoom, make a perception check. You'll be able to see it regardless, but there's so many details to pick out.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. With Zoom Zoom, actually, you can see the multitudes of legs. You can see the The hypodermic needle head, if you can call that. There's no mouth parts or anything, but hundreds of legs, segmented body. You do notice a detail with zoom specifically because you're zooming in so close. Each segment of the centipede looks like a human face.
Ugh.
Oh,
Ugh. What is this thing? Ugh, gross.
Like it's
Human heads on this.
They're not. When I say human head, they're not the visage of a human head. Like they're not like the eyes on a butterfly. The heads are moving. They're almost talking. They're looking around. Like this isn't just like a parlor trick. It looks like that each segment is made of a human head.
I'm gonna read its mind.
ew.
Reading its mind. Make a wisdom saving throw.
I had a feeling this might happen.
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Eek.
You don't get a mind. You get a presence. Something. Just make an intelligence check for me, not a saving throw, a check to see how much
Sure.
information you can discern.
That's
Okay.
not much.
Whatever this presence is, you're not able to discern what it is. You just know it's powerful. It's incredibly powerful. You know that this centipede is not this presence, this entity, possibly. You know the centipede is just like... It's like the fingernail of this thing. Like it is a gateway, and you just peered directly into its domain. You get the sense it is now aware of you.
Oh,
Okay.
You take 37 points of psychic damage.
Oh, holy shit!
serious?
Okay, hold on. Let me. So that's. Okay, so now 31. Holy shit.
You
Ow!
you immediately Zero. You immediately see Riley focused in on the centipede, and then immediately just spit blood out, like a huge gout of it.
Oh yeah, somehow we are way out of our league with this one. I think I just pissed off something big.
Oh my fucking
Celizazo
God.
is holding the jar, the centipede that just caused, like, a legendary hero of some kind to spit blood at the mere looking at it. He sort of very quickly puts it away and, like, his hand shaking. Out of your league.
What if we kill the worm?
You'd be my guest. I mean, this would be quite a research specimen, but at this point, this doesn't feel safe. So,
Well,
I'll follow your advice.
yeah, just here's my advice. Don't try to read its mind. Its mind is not its own. It belongs to something much more powerful.
That's all I can think to do is to kill the worm. Oh fuck.
At this point, as you're sort of focusing on the worm, or the centipede, notice Chris is sat straight up. His back facing away from you, so he's sort of just facing, into the darkness, but he's sitting up. His body is, at least.
Is it like an unnerving kind of setup?
Yeah, it doesn't look natural.
Doesn't look natural at all, huh? Okay. Oh, great. Now what?
You see
I'm gonna,
Chris's
Oh, no, go on.
torso twist. Not the legs, just the torso. As it twists 90 degrees. 100, 120, 180. The legs facing away from you, but the torso facing towards you now. You can see... It looks like Chris, except very contorted, and you can see the steel mask kind of erupting from the skin of his face. I think the boy's been taken.
You don't say.
Yeah, we had an idea. Do I kill the worm?
I don't fucking know.
Fuck. What good are you? What fucking use are you? Okay. Can Mage Hand smush a bug?
You can try. It is just a bug. It's just a bug, quote unquote.
I would like to open said jar and dunk my Mage Hand in and punch the fucking bug.
Okay.
With a fingy.
Okay. As you just pour it on the ground and punch it. with the thingy of Mage Hand. Yeah, as you open the jar, Salazar hands it to you, like, very quickly, because he just does not want anything to do with it at this point. You pour out the centipede as it sort of hits the ground with Eye of Truth, kind of dwindling, but you can still see the silver highlight. You use Mage Hand to slowly push it into the ground, hopefully squishing it. Mage Hand gets dispelled in the process.
I stab it. I stab it.
You stab
I
it.
stab
Make
it.
an attack roll.
What's Truth Seer?
That is enough to hit a centipede. I'm not joking, at a very high AC because it's so small.
Well, because it's so small, yeah.
That 25 was its AC. It's nearly microscopic. Like hitting a needle out of the air. It's crazy. But you see it, and with the highlighted that Lynn is doing, you stab it directly in the center and you split it in two. You swear you hear like little screams. You see the body of Chris, puppeted by his god, sort of walk up towards you and look down at it. Sort of like he's about to poke it.
Don't touch it.
Fuck, fine. Jesus. Wherever that is.
Yeah,
Can
that
I-
thing,
does it
don't
look
even
dead?
try to
Did
read
it
its
die?
mind.
What? That was a lot of
Does it
people.
look dead?
It's not moving so far.
Can I want to rub my shoe in it, real smush it real good in the ground. I want it dead,
And if
dead,
you
dead.
rub your shoe into it, you see, as you're sort of rubbing your shoe into it, like squishing it, doing the fucking twist, Edit Ellie's foot, or Chris's foot, slowly gets on top of yours as well. And
Ew!
he's also like helping you grind this centipede into the ground.
Get off.
What's with this all hostility?
Ew, is he stretching out the foot all weird?
He is, yeah.
Ew, get off!
He's like doing the John Lennon.
Ew, ew, get off.
Alright, so. Empty body. No mind to be had. Oh, hi there. If you're looking at Salazaza, who's just like, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yeah, that's the fuck.
So useful. Can't you go in and get him or something?
I don't know where he went. He was here one
Apparently
night.
it's like Dragon Hell.
Dragon Hell. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I could try.
It's basically all we have at this point.
Yeah.
Alright, well, out of man, he starts snapping vigorously, but like it's gross because every time he snaps, a new finger appears to snap with. And it's like infinitely going. What's Dragon Hell? What's it called? What's it called? Come on, tell me. Well, it's it takes him a while to respond for a bit. Makul King, the dark where dragons die. Makul King, gotcha. Never been there. Well, time to pull my boy out of hell, eh? And the corpse just hits the floor. Well, the corpse. the mask retreats in the face as Chris is now just unconscious on the floor. Chris.
Okay, so God of Chaos is now on the job. This is probably not going to end well.
Get your fucking boy, man. I don't know. There's someone else that can help us.
Chris, you are in the dark. You feel like you're in the dark for a while. You see 4 pairs of 2 white prickpicks around you.
Am I able to? So, like, when I first experienced this, it just seemed like I went into the dragon's mouth or something like that.
You were, well, when you were first hallucinating, I suppose is the word.
Yeah.
You were walking into the Dry Jaw, which is just like the name of the very kind of narrow mountain range. That.
Oh, okay. Dry jaw.
The Dry Jaw, yeah.
And now it's just a void with the pinpricks.
Yeah. And just kind of there. They're not doing anything. Seems like everything you're trying to do too doesn't seem to be making any progress. What are you doing?
I'm gonna think about it with willpower.
Okay.
The just thinking back to the void sphere. Just thinking about, you know, imposing my will to kind of push everything away, kind of thing.
Okay. Oh, like the sphere of annihilation.
Yeah, the sphere of annihilation. Thing.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hold on. A make an Arcana check. You try to exert your willpower. Just like the sphere of annihilation, this black void that just consumes everything it touches. As you know, you can exert it, your will onto it and push it away, but if you fail, it pull it towards you. As you're trying to exert that exact same will, that it feels very familiar here somehow. And as you try to exert your will, try to push it away, you feel your connection slip, your will not powerful enough. Feel one pair of those pinpricks slowly moving closer towards you. And it's slowly moving closer towards you. Slowly. Very slowly. Are you doing anything?
Am I able to kind of sense a distance?
It's hard to tell, but at this, make an intelligence check. Okay. Very hard to tell, but judging from the movement it's going and like you know roughly how close or how fast those things move. It's not very fast. This thing's maybe 30 feet from me right now. Whatever it is, but it felt familiar. But once it moved about 30 feet, it's still moving towards you.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt to impose my willpower on it again.
Okay. Make another Arcana check. Yeah. Again, you exert that same will, more strongly this time. Trying to see whatever these two pinpricks are. They're moving towards you and you're trying to stop it. Trying to exert your will, trying to force your own mind, your own soul into it in a way, to get it to take your commands. There's something about this void that's eating away at you, and like, while you can exert your will, not strongly enough to overcome this darkness. Eventually, almost like an invisible spotlight around you, while you can see nothing, you are perfectly illuminated. Once this thing gets within 10 feet from you, you see more than just two pinpricks. A almost rubbery pink tendril. But at the tip of it is not just a pseudopod or anything, it is a face. A human face. Large, actually. About the size of your torso. The two white pinpricks are its eyes, which you can see are still just void, but with the two pinpricks within this human face. The face itself, the jaw elongated, stretched out, open, unhinged past the point of natural anatomy, and in its center is a spinning 3-foot sphere that it's almost chewing on. Okay. One of the two other pinpricks behind you. It tries to play with my mouth. Interesting. What flavor are you? I wonder. Powerful wizard. Conjuration. Extremely experienced. Very well seasoned.
Where are you from?
You see now those two pinpricks, multiple, all of them are just moving in close towards you. You look around now. Some of them are moving closer and revealing these human faces. Some of them are almost beautiful in a way, like perfectly formed, symmetrical. Some of them are grotesque, just hideous monstrosities, mutant. Some of them are just end in leech-like mouths and teeth. But around you, you see dozens of these pinpricks. Just around you, surrounding you entirely. This light almost expands, revealing more and more of these faces, these tendrils. They're all rising from up in the darkness. As you're looking down, you see this void, this gaping maw of hundreds and hundreds of these tendrils connecting at the base of a mouth, which you can see is attached to the end of a huge pink writhing worm that stretches on below with no end. Me. I am from nowhere. I was made like you were made. Like everything was made to eventually be eaten.
By what?
By me.
But what eats you?
Nothing eats me. I am eating itself. Hunger. Desolation. I am the all-consuming stomach. The shadow in blinding light. The promise of ultimate oblivion. I am the gullet that digests the divine. I am hunger itself. I am not eaten, I eat. And you are perfectly seasoned. A delectable find. It is good you came across these sands when I found you. I was getting hungry.
I think you'd find that I'm not such a tasty treat.
Oh, I disagree. Seasoned with arcane magic and perfectly stuffed with god flesh. Oh, it's been a while since I've had god flesh. Though it seems he's abandoned you for the time being. At this point, Chris, inexplicably, the mage hand kind of just appears next to you. Kind of purple floating there. It looks familiar. Ah, a appetizer. You see the face with a spinning black hole in the mouth kind of just walks into it. Or I should say, almost extends into it as the magic is shredded apart. Sour, bitter, filled with rage. Not my favorite flavors. Yes, I think I'll take my time with you. I think your soul shall be quite filling for the time being. I've grew tired of dragons.
What if I could offer food that has other powers?
Oh, what would that be? These faces on these tendrils, all connected to the central maw at the bottom, stretching for miles, just kind of almost wrap you, intertwine you, almost in a cage until you're just surrounded in this pink sphere with just faces, teeth, some beautiful, some ugly, some mouth agape with a black spinning void in it. Food.
Is this thing reminiscent of like the Biospawn?
There's some elements that remind you of it, mostly the pink flesh, but it seems different in a way. It seems more put together, if that makes sense. Ballspawn are very fleshy amalgam, like almost mishmash parts, like puzzle pieces of from different puzzles mashed into a single thing. This seems complete.
Are you aware of invaders?
Oh yes, but they're up in the sky. There is a vast buffet of souls at its center. I can smell it. You hear that from several of these faces. Smell it, smell it. Yes, smell it.
Why not wait for that?
Oh, it's so far. Unless you are planning on crashing it into the ground. In which case I would gladly consume it for you.
I don't know if I'll be able to crash it into the ground, but I feel like it's getting ready to come here.
Its minions are, yes, the refuse and detritus it spits out. Not good eating. Too chaotic in flavor, clashing palate. Or entirely inedible. The invader itself, however, a juicy fruit to crack with a vicious and luscious prize in its center. But too far for me to reach.
Its center is what holds what you want.
Yes. Oh, if I could crack through its crust, burrow my way in, I could have a feast of billions. Billions of screaming, melded souls. A world on which I am allowed to feast.
Are they innocent souls or
Very, very innocent. Well, mostly innocent. I sense sin in some of them. The ones that caused the body to grow. The others, no idea what they got themselves into. But sweet on my tongues all the same. Feel this and visually see this cage of pink tendrils slowly be getting tighter. You can see it salivating, or lack of a better word, the pink rubber tendrils beginning to moisten and drip. And some of it above you hits you on the shoulder and begins to singe. Acid. I think it's time to feast. I've never had such pleasant conversation with a meal before.
what if you ate a dragon.
I've been eating dragons. When they die, they end up here, on my dinner plate.
So you've eaten Ratave?
Oh, yes. He smells familiar on you. Ah, I love the themed meal.
What if I gave you a bigger dragon than that?
A bigger dragon. But I've grown tired of dragon flesh. I've been eating it for millennia. How big of a dragon?
I don't know if it's dead already or if it's just trapped, but there's one in Thane. Giant, covered in black.
You see one of these tendrils just almost get sucked out of the cage, like being pulled out, go away for a second. Just come back. But that one's already dead. I could eat the flesh, but it's been tainted. Nice try, though. You see another mage hand just appear next to you. And this, the one with the gaping mouth, just runs into it again and just consumes the magic. Oh, that's getting very annoying. The cage tightens around you. You can feel the tendrils beginning to wrap around your legs, beginning to squeeze you down. The face all staring at you, some of them already biting into your flesh. What are you doing or saying?
I'm gonna try and invoke my willpower on it again.
Okay. Make an Arcana check. No. Not enough. The tendril is going to squeeze around you. You can feel being digested. You feel every vial of acid being poured on you, every tooth enter your flesh. Even the ones with the gaping maws, the unhinged jaws, being to just almost grind up your leg. You take 34 points of force damage.
Okay.
What are you doing?
In a predicament. Am I able to somehow contact Ed Ellie, see if he's around, see if I can sense where he might be?
You can try. Make a religion check. As you're trying to contact Ed Ellie, trying to imagine him, you don't feel anything. You try to imagine you being his pants, the mask in your face. Try to summon any of them, you don't feel it. You can feel yourself being digested, being slowly crushed, the bones being snapped. You hear around you, very close to your ear now. It's a shame your god left you just as you were pulled here. I miss scarred flesh. Perhaps he'll appear again. Just in time for dessert. You take 36 points of force damage. What are you doing?
So I recall that this area, according to the creature, is where dragons go when they die.
Or they've released this creature's eaten dragons.
Eating dragons, okay. Um. Yeah, I'll just keep on doing that. I'll keep on doing the Arcana, my willpower on it.
Okay. Make another Arcana check. Not enough. Yeah, again, it's getting more difficult to try to exert your willpower. You can see multiple of these tendrils, these faces, the gaping maws, the black void spinning in the center of it. It's almost grinding its teeth into sharpened points. And try to push your will on all of it. Not enough. Uh, 31 points of force damage. At this point, you on the surface. What are you all doing? You're heading towards, attempting to head towards civilization, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's Chris's body right now?
I'll put it on the carpet.
Okay. As he's being flown on the carpet. You can see, as you're flying through the dry jog, rather you're riding on a phantom steed, of things Zero summoned.
Yeah, I would have summoned it and had a.
I guess the camels are just slowly following behind us.
Yeah. Yeah, as you're hauling ass, you're going through the dry jaw, and it is treacherous. It's mostly narrow. It gets slowed down every so often. Every so often you get hit by like a sharp rock, but you're just speeding past. Zero. While you're up on the carpet, you can see Chris's face and body is slowly withering.
Okay, I want to try something.
Okay.
I would like to pour. Let me double check I have it. I'm almost certain I do. I don't have it written down, but I know we have it by now. Oh yeah, they're right there. I want to pour a bottle, a vial of Arcanium into Chris's mouth.
Okay. As you see the withered body of Chris just slowly desiccating on your carpet, kind of bleeding from the nose, but now it's just drying up until eventually just no liquid remains, just sucked dry. You pull out the valuable vial of glowing blue liquid that you have a vast quantity of at this point. Just pour directly into Chris's mouth. I want to look at the rules for Arcanium. Just normal Arcanium, right?
Yeah, it's just straight Arcanium.
Okay. Chris, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me real quick.
Oh, shit. I hope I didn't make shit worse, dude. Oh my god.
Okay. Okay, you take not too much damage. I don't think. That's 7 points of psychic damage. Low rolls. As Zero, you can see the body convulse slightly a little more, and you're worried. Yeah, did I make it worse? But then eventually you see the blue sort of pulsing in his veins, like entering every capillary, every artery, and just gently thrumming underneath his skin. Chris, wherever you are, you suddenly feel more powerful. You feel like you had nothing before. You had no means to do anything. Most of your spells, I don't know if you've cast any, but they almost had no effect in here. Running didn't do nothing. You couldn't really talk your way into trying to convince whatever this is to not eat you. But now you feel something inside you that holds power. You hear in your ear, "Ah, addressing Titan blood. So few of those left still alive. You will be a very special meal." What are you doing?
I'll say, what if I could get you more Titan blood? I know where some is.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no.
It's all catching up, man.
It's not just the Titan blood I see. Like drinking raw vinegar with nothing to eat it with. It is a seasoning, an ingredient, one part of a whole. You have just been filled up with it. Oh, you'll be very delectable. I will savor this meal. Such a rare occurrence. What would you like to do, Chris?
I was thinking of using Fate's Gambit, but I'm not sure if that would help here.
You can try. Well, I don't think you have any of your items, but you can try it.
Wait, pause.
I forget
Who
how
has,
you say it. Or what you
Sorry,
say
I'm
for it.
just asking because I don't know. It might be relevant. It might help somebody out. Who has Destiny Bender today?
I don't think we've been keeping track. Anybody who wants it can have it.
Can Chris have it?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't even know if he can access it from there.
I don't know, man.
Chris, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll try the Fate's Gambit. What was the saying that you have to say again? It's been a long time.
It's been a very long time. It's been such a long time that I don't even know if somebody knows right now. Hold on. Fate can never be changed without a daring gamble.
Okay, I'll say that. Fate can never be changed without a daring gamble.
Just roll d20 for me. Okay. Let's see if I know remember how this works. Okay. What is the effect you would like to happen? What is the ultimate goal here?
I think to get myself out of getting eaten, so like creating some distance between me and the creature,
Okay.
at least.
Okay. I have to remember my blackjack. I have to remember my poker hands now. Let's see. I'm going to draw 5 cards.
Okay.
Depending on the strength of the card is how powerful the effect is. How this works.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see those cards?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me consult.
Well, if the strength is by number value, that's a pretty fucking strong hand.
Okay. Looking. It's not by number value. By poker hands. Okay. You can get a new hand. This isn't very good. But it would cost you a piece of your fortune, which means disadvantage on a roll in the future.
Sure.
Okay. Cards aren't really not appearing on my side for some reason. But on the other screen. Don't know why. Okay. Okay. That is a 1 pair. Low, but does mean it's 6.
Okay.
You call out to whatever entities bound the Fate's Gambit. A deck of cards you haven't used very often, but holds great power if you put your fate in the luck of a draw. In this moment, when you are in abject darkness, despite being consumed by some entity, a table appears before you. On the other side of the table, a woman, pale with red pinkish hair, almost this nightgown slipped off one shoulder, just dealing cards to you. Same as always. Like, this is just a Tuesday night for her. Just wordlessly flipping cards until he gets the pair you see in front of you. 2 8s. Sort of looks you in the eye, being slowly digested, your arms all contorted, your legs twisted, eaten by this void in this giant worm's mouth. Sort of goes, well, afraid not much I can do here, but I can send a guiding eye. you see the 2 pair you have, 2 8s that you pulled, almost rise up for a bit and just begin slowly whirring above you. The worm is trying to eat it, and the card does take damage, technically. Some of the mouths are biting at it and is ripping it partially to shreds. What do you like to do?
So the cards are currently being eaten at the moment?
They're currently being eaten, but they are sort of like kind of inches above you, but rotating around each other.
Can I try to grab them?
Make an athletics or acrobatics check to escape from a grapple. Okay. You do manage to escape, barely, from the grapple. One arm as you're sort of reaching towards his 2 pair of cards. You're not even sure what you're reaching at. You're just reaching towards them. In the process, you slowly being sucked back in by the other arm. You feel yourself half digested. You have no legs, and your left arm is to shreds. You take 16 force damage. Very low roll.
Okay.
As you're reaching towards these cards, right between them, you are on the verge of losing consciousness. You're slowly being pulled in to the mess of tendrils and human faces and gaping maws that'll eat anything in existence. And it's sort of reaching out. The vision sort of going black. You feel your hand grab something. Or more accurately, a hand grabs you. A muscled hand as you see a metallic mask poke through. Holy shit, that's where you were!
You're here.
Yep. And he begins pulling. Make an athletics check for me. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You're being pulled. But this worm's not giving you up. Even with the strength of Ed Ellie pulling on the other side, you feel this worm pulling even further. No, but I was just getting started. Unless you wish to join your chosen godling. Chris, roll a d100 for me, because we know you're very good at these.
Okay.
Is that good or bad?
I hope that's good.
That's let you get almost close to 100. So close. I've never seen a roll that high in my ID100 in my life. Okay. You feel your arm, Chris, being held on by Ed Ellie, your god. As you blink and suddenly you're in different positions. You're now looking down at Ed Ellie, who's now consumed in tendrils. You grasping onto his hand as you're on the other side of these decks of cards. You're bloodied. You don't feel your left hand or your leg, but you are the only thing keeping your god tethered right now. But you are technically no longer in danger. What would you like to do?
Is it possible to simultaneously pull him out, like physically, but also exert my willpower against the creature?
I'll start with the willpower one first. Make an Arcana check, which, with the Arcanium 0 poured in, would be at advantage.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, there you go. Okay. You exert the willpower. You feel this energy bubbling up from within you as you focus on these spheres, the spinning voids in the worm's mouth, as you get forcibly pushed back for a bit, slowly releasing Ed Ellie for just a briefest moment. You make an athletics check if you want to.
Okay.
Ah, the weak little wizard. I guess he technically was making a roll too, actually. Fuck, wow. Yeah. You managed to force back the worm a few feet, being forcibly pushed back with the strength of your own willpower. You finally exerting the will over the worm itself. And Ellie's still trapped in his grasp. As you're pulling and pulling, you're not even sure what you have purchased on the other side of this deck of cards. These two spinning cards making this whatever portal has access to this realm. You're pulling, but your god's still stuck. Ellie sort of looks up at you. You can't really see face, just the mask, just being slowly pulled into the tendrils. Well, been a good run. Been fun. Chris, you can let go. I'm not saying I want you to. I'm just saying. But I'd be too dead to really care about it anyway.
How far is the portal?
You are like, you're within the portal. You're halfway out of the portal right now. There's just two spinning cards that there's really nothing in between, but you're just erupting from the center of the two cards spinning.
Is it possible to try and pull it in, everything into the portal?
I'll say the portal's kind of fixed in place. You can pull yourself out of the portal, but you're not sure how this portal even works. Yeah, it is, wherever this is, fixed in place. But you can feel the cards slowly getting closer and closer. The longevity of this tunnel from one realm to another is slowly closing.
Can I make one last attempt to pull?
Sure. Why don't you make another Arcana check to try to force apart the tendrils further first, if you'd like to.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And then another athletics
Mhm.
or
Athletics. This is where it all comes. Jesus. The portal's coming to a close. The tendrils are slowly being pulling Ed Ellie into it further until you can only see just the upper half of the left shoulder, the face, and the one arm you're grabbing onto. You can barely fit your head and your arm through at the same time. The portal's coming to a close. You have one final thing to do before the portal closes for good. What would you like to do?
Um. Oh, this is tough. I guess I'll try to pull one more time.
Okay.
Just one more time.
Make an Arcana check and an Athletics check. Okay, with the advantage, this does. Okay. Okay, it's not a great athletics roll. But Ed Ellie is also pulling at the same time. With each successive Arcana check, the DC of the athletic check has been lowered. You barely didn't make it. I'm going to roll a d20 publicly. If it's above a 15, you will free your god.
Oh,
man.
shit!
You don't let go. Ed Ellie does. As he's being pulled further in, he uses the one arm he has, takes off the mask. Reveal just a kind of a dude, actually. He's not really ugly, he's not beautiful, he's just a man underneath all that, underneath all the weirdness, underneath all of the chaos, or literally all the things that he embodies. He's just kind of a man underneath. As he sort of takes the mask off, this silver, this sort of almost steel-looking mask that you've grown out of your face several times, sort of puts it on yours. Never needed me anyway. You've learned to be chaotic all by yourself. Head forward. Come me. And have some fucking fun. The smile of a man before slowly being sucked into these tendrils. Portal closing. Are you saying anything?
Yeah, before I go into the portal, I'll say chaos still lives.
As see that. The final smile. Chaos will always live. In me. In you. as the face becomes engulfed. The final thing you hear as before this portal closes, the cards slamming together and then just flittering into the ground, is just that same voice that's been kind of whispering in your ear the entire time you've been here. Finally, God, flesh. You awake on Zero's carpet. You're looking up at the night sky. Black on white, the pinpricks almost. You almost jolt awake as Zero, you see Chris finally rise up, actually looking lucid for the first time in the last 10 minutes or 20 minutes or so. Chris, in your hands is a steel mask.
Where am I?
I'll wave down Riley and I'll stop the carpet.
Ian worked, did it?
That do I look damaged?
You look dry and a little skinnier than normal. You don't feel good at all.
Where are we now?
We're barely 10 minutes away from the camp that we'd set up.
You guys are all good?
Well, I've seen better days. Mouth is feeling a little bit irony. What the fuck was that? I tried to read its mind, but it just repelled me out.
Wait, you saw? You saw it?
There was some sort of weird fucking centipede thing with human faces for its fucking body. Had like a little pinprick as I don't know, a proboscis? It must have pricked you.
Is that description reminiscent of the creature?
The human faces seem thematically appropriate. You never saw a creature like that down there, but the disturbing imagery does seem familiar in a way.
It I don't know what you guys encountered, but what I encountered was something much more dangerous, much more hungry. It only wanted to eat. Eat souls, it seemed. Tired of dragons wanting to eat other things. I barely made it out. I was alone for most of it. I didn't sense Ellie's presence there for most of it. It seems to know a lot about our world, even though it seemed to be in its own kind of world, a void. It was very, very dark, very empty, and it just wanted to eat. It knew about this. It knew about the moon. It knew about the souls contained inside the moon. How actually most of them are innocent, but a few seem to have brought on their demise. I feel like I tried to offer an alternative to me as something to eat. I tried to offer it Titan blood. I tried to offer it the dragon in Thane, but it didn't appeal to them.
So how did you get out then?
I used I asked for help. Bait scan, help. Sahashaharin was the an item connected to them. But as I did that, Ellie did find me and tried to pull me out as I was being eaten. Almost died. Almost was gone forever. I don't know if it was my actual body or just my consciousness or soul or whatever.
Well, you don't look so good right now.
But I was getting eaten. But as Eda Ellie was pulling me out, we instantly switched places, and there he was inside the mouth, and there I was trying to pull him out. In its mouth, it was similar feeling to what I experienced with the sphere of annihilation. Trying to enact my willpower against it in order to push it away. And so that's what I did as I tried to pull him out with my own kind of strength and get him out of the grip, as well as push with my own willpower. I just couldn't do it. Ed Ellie was essentially devoured by the creature.
Wait, you lost your god? The one that's so feared by everybody else is just gone.
The entity is gone, but chaos is still around. Chaos still lives. He left me with this though, and I'll hold up the mask.
Well, that all but confirms that you're the next one.
But whatever that was is dangerous, and hungers for anything that's powerful. It's
Gonna turn to Celizazo and be like, does this... Well, this actually lines up, doesn't it?
First, I'm sorry for your loss. I mean, I don't... Many of us have lost loved ones, but not a literal divine being before. Especially, it must be quite poignant with all of you, especially. But you also said this being, this entity, has been eating dragons. Or at least
it does.
souls of dragons.
Well, that lines up too. You said it was Dragon Hell, right?
Yes. Their souls are a powerful resource under the right circumstances, in a way. The soul of a dragon is difficult to capture because of this downward pull to Makulkeng. Did you get a name?
I don't think I did.
I don't know how to take this information then. It was under our assumption. The term Makulkeng comes from very old scripture, I suppose, on some uncovered ruins in Narset. We thought it was a separate plane, but I suppose it might be.
Am I able to conjure up like a mini figurine of it?
With your magic, with your...
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you test your magic, it works normally. Yeah, as you conjure up this, as best as you can, this somewhat infinite worm, the pulsing pink flesh, the giant mile-wide maw, at least for you is miles wide, and the hundreds and hundreds of tendrils all ending in faces or mouths just rising up to meet you. And some of them are mouth agape with the spinning black void in the middle of their mouth. Yeah, as you conjure up the statue or illusion, whatever you want to do, Belzalo begins sketching it, like taking in the features and everything, just writing notes feverishly. He's in scholar mode right now.
This from a tiny fucking bite from a weird centipede.
Yes, this is... I was under the impression that we, Arsetians, and you have uncovered more about this world than many others, but it seems there are secrets we do not know. Still out there.
This must be a record-breaking thing for us. We've only been here not for a day, and yet already... You know, usually it takes us longer.
I think you should at least, like, I don't know if your gods are listening to you or listening to me, but at least let them know what's happening or what happened, because it could be a danger to them as well.
Oh, that sort of looks towards you, Zero. I believe 1/3 of them is already aware.
Well,
Yeah.
looks at Sword. Make it 2/3. There isn't really a third anymore, is there?
So Azar sort of looks at the steel mask. I don't know how your gut functions. That seems like a relic of great power.
Am I able to, like, look at it?
I'm looking at it, you're thumbing over it. It's the steel mask that's been growing out of your face for quite a while. There's no straps or anything on it. It is literally just just a plain looking mask, 2 slits for eyes.
What if I try to put it on?
Yeah, so you put it on. Trying to stick it to your face. It's not really doing anything. Those sort of looks at you trying to put it on, then it's just not doing anything. Or maybe not. Or maybe it is. I'm not sure.
Right, Riley,
I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Yes.
give Chris his apotheosis vessel back. I want to see what happens.
If I must. Truthfully, I am curious. I'll give it back.
Yeah. As you
I take it.
maybe take it, and it remains a crystal in your hand.
Can I try to make the pointy sticks of funsies?
As you make the pointy stick of funsies, it's still a crystal in your hand. Though
Well, keep it then.
you're holding the mask, you're holding the apotheosis vessel at the same time. You hear something from the mask, in a way. Or less hear it, more see it, envision it. You get flashes of images in your brain of just roiling fire, of crashing waves, of just rock melding together and then just smashing apart, and then people being born, people being twisted, and then trees being sprouted, dying, turning into snakes. Chaos. Possibility. You get the sense whatever power Ed Ellie had is within that mask. Pass it to you. Though it seems that the power is not sticking to you yet. You hold in your hand not just a Apotheos' vessel, a direct vestige of a god, which under the right circumstances, potentially, you could become the next god of chaos.
Amazing. But yeah, I'll kind of keep it close to me then.
Okay. After the visions and the information passed to you, hold the blank Apotheos vessel in your hand, knowing that potentially someday, if the fate within the mask is to come to fruition, you may be the one to bestow that upon someone else someday.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I just say Salisazo. Yeah, I think it does possess a lot of power. Maybe the greatest power of that Ellie had.
Then I would keep it close. Death of a god is not to be taken lightly. And too many gods that have been killed in the past millennia. We have to make new ones. And I don't know if this is comforting news to all of you, but the divinity is a strange thing. Not well understood. Not where the power comes from. Sheer belief of it. It is the belief that forms a god. You were chosen for the task.
Well, we did iron out that much.
Yes. Well, you must be suited for it. You see, well, all in all, bad day. But and perhaps this won't ease the, well, I'm not sure, grief, perhaps, but yes, it is a rare thing for a god to choose a successor. Well, take some pride in it.
It is even for me, it does feel like a big responsibility.
I want to hope you don't take too lightly. Looks towards the other two of you. And perhaps you two will have similar stories someday.
Well, hopefully not anytime soon.
Out of this day, fairly mundanely, that I was walking alongside legends, now a potential god in making.
Well, first you met the god, and then the god died, and now his successor is here. What a day!
What a day, yes.
Only in Narset.
Only in Narset. Yes. We're not even past the dry jaws yet, though I suppose the immediate danger is past. Do we wish to...
Well, what about the dragons?
They should leave us alone. Hopefully. Most of the dragons are within the Evershift. Or the south, past the dry jaws, but there are a few around coasts, but they don't tend to attack small game, like a small group. Not worth the effort.
Do dragons have their own sort of society, sort of culture, or...
Yes and no. They have instinct, in a way. They only come together to mate, but they are otherwise... Most of them are otherwise fairly solitary creatures. Silver dragons love to mingle, usually in disguise. But, the cultures are defined by their colors. Their natural strive to do something, I suppose. But there's no dragon council that they come to make decisions about all dragon kinds. No, they are solitary.
Yeah, I think if dragons had their own government, we would have noticed by now.
Oh yes. We have... I suppose you call our government dragon-themed, but, no, yes. I suppose that is their one weakness is keeping them from becoming the, I suppose, overlords of this world. They're too, their personalities are too powerful to get along for too long. Well, that begs the question, do we continue forward or do we return back, set up camp again?
Well, certainly not that camp. What if there's another centipede?
That is
Yeah,
true.
I don't know if we have that in us to do it again.
Yes. We killed that one. Yes, I suppose we can find the dry jaws are not a great place to set up camp, but we can find a little alcove, perhaps.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. Wait, hold on. Chris, can you cast Magnificent Mansion?
At the moment, probably not. I think I have it prepared.
Hmm. Well, at the very least, I can keep us in Tiny Hut then. Nothing should be able to get in.
I can have Azza keep an eye out for any fucking worms. Don't know how much help that'll do us, but...
I'd wish to, perhaps keep a specimen alive. Buddy, but I understand the urgency. Under the same circumstances with someone I'm familiar with, no respect, I likely would have done something similar. But we know what it looks like.
Yeah, should we come in contact with it ourselves? Well, I don't really know how we would get out of there. Maybe if somebody else is on the outside, pump us full of arcanium?
That, I did. Is that what you did?
I mean, yeah, I just kind of found on a whim. I just dumped some in your mouth real quick. I didn't know if I made shit worse or better, but I did it. There was really nothing else we could do.
Do I have more scars?
Oh yeah, that's true. I think it might still technically be active right now. You still may be blue. Well, that's for an hour, so you're still high.
Where's that Minotaur?
A little bit late for that realization, is it not?
Better yet,
Uh,
where's the dragon?
Where's that fucking worm?
Yeah, where's the worm?
You know, we could probably take that worm. If all three of us ganged up on it.
He would never. He's chicken.
Not in
True.
I
No,
don't
not in
know
its
how-
domain. Absolutely not.
It almost acts as like it's a conscious sphere of annihilation. Giant sphere of annihilation. That's kind of picky about what it eats.
Huh.
Well, if it's strong enough to eat a god, then it must be a god itself, right? Or maybe there's some higher form of power that surpasses gods?
I mean, this has been a subject of debate for some time. We know gods exist. Well, the old gods at least, they were given, when we're stripped of the power, I'm sure you're familiar, they are very powerful individuals, but they're just that, individuals. They can be killed. They are... The old gods of yore, they were flawed, I suppose. That is why the 10 are prevalent now. They're created and believed to be flawless. The subject of debate comes from the very early stages of this world. That's still theory, unknown. Gods exist when we believe they exist, but what was the first? Who was here before this world existed? Was it created? Was it spontaneous? Was it random? We do not know, and perhaps we never will. There is the possibility that, yes, this was all planned by something, someone. Perhaps this entity, you turn to the book around, like the sketch of this worm. It's beautiful, actually. It's like a perfectly good scholarly sketch, like would fit directly in a textbook. Perhaps this creature, this entity, this thing, perhaps it was here before gods or anything. Perhaps the world was dead because of it. Who knows? It's not out of the question that there are things more powerful than our gods. It is a difficult concept to grapple with, I admit. Again, subjects of all sorts of debate and many a sermon.
Well, I think we have proof of it right here.
At the very least, a very powerful entity, yes.
For some reason, I think dragons might have some answers. Preferably, it would be interesting to talk to a dragon that's not evil. Some dragon that's more wise.
Well,
Telecom
perhaps we should seek one then.
exist within their set. I'm almost certain there are a few milling about one of the cities. In disguise, of course. They would never tell you, but yes, they not as common as a cat, but they do exist.
How do you tell?
You don't.
Cool.
They take great pains to not be detected in such a way.
What do dragons like?
Depends on the color.
I mean, every dragon has a horde, right?
Yes, but every dragon values different things in a horde.
Mm,
A white
true.
dragon, you imagine when you fought with Rotave, I'm sure there's gold, but there's also trinkets, trophies.
Trinkets, yeah. There was an entire ship in there.
Yes, probably a trophy that the dragon wished to remember fondly. There's some that value art and culture more. They value books, some trinkets of people, civilization, of history, and some just money.
They're dragons that collect people.
So it would fall under the domain of a white dragon.
Ew, really? Ew.
Yes, they as
Well, I
trophies.
guess he did, huh? He had his collection of Yetis. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is true.
Ew.
He had Yeti slaves.
Ew.
Yes, they white dragons have a cruel sense of humor or preservation. They like to freeze the. Don't even eat them, just freeze them to display symbol of the power. Luckily, it's too hot here for them to come too frequently.
I think we should warn at least Azazon and what was his name again?
Osman.
Osman. Yeah, Osman. We should warn Azazon and Osman about, since they're the most exposed.
So
Yeah.
what's sending magic like from inside Narset? Does it work well?
Oh, messages. Ending.
Yeah.
Yes, they shouldn't have any bearing.
Perfect. Then I will send to. I'll send to Osman and I'll say. God Eater discovered in Narset. Resembles pink worm. Do your best to avoid. Send.
Okay. Yeah, you get back pretty immediately. The man doesn't sleep. Understood.
Can I do one? I'm sorry. Is he done? Sorry.
No, that was it.
Okay. Can I do one for shits and giggles?
Sure.
Can I cast sending to Maharl?
Sure.
'Cause I've met her in person, right?
Yeah, technically.
All of us have, yeah. But
That was like the thing that Janna ran into, right?
that was her god, yeah.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, that was her god, like flesh and blood. Yeah, I think so, right?
Yeah, Maharl is, yeah, the god of, like, yeah, nature's travels, connections,
Oh.
bonds.
Yeah.
Is that why Janna said, "Do I know you"?
Probably right.
Probably, yeah. Like they've had,
Alright, I'll go for
they've had conversations, several conversations.
Okay, well, I'll also cast sending to Maharl, and I will just say, Wait, okay, pause. Maharl has to know that Jan is dead, right?
Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
she was there when it happened.
Oh,
What do you mean
true.
she was there when it happened?
I think they kind of merged or something, right?
Or do you just mean like through the apotheosis vessel she was?
Yeah, like
she
through the
was there?
pause. I believe there is like a. I believe that when Janna was sucked in and dying, Maharl was there. Like, I'm ready for it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll just cast sending to Maharl, and I will say, we encountered a god-eating entity in Narset, and Ellie is gone. It looks like a pink worm. You send it.
Yeah, you send. God, you really just got you already just have God on speed dial right now.
Yes!
We kind of do, huh?
We are
I mean,
those-
we're
yeah.
level 20. We're
Level
like
20.
almost as strong as them.
We've got a contact of Merrick and then Merrick and Claudine and then Luca.
Yeah.
We are collectively him.
That's true. All three of us make a him.
A him. A single
One
him.
him.
The collective of him. Get back Maharl. Again, doesn't really need to sleep. Get back pretty close. Or pretty soon. Okay. I'll do some digging on my end. Stay safe.
Aw, love her.
Cool. Is she chill like that?
I'm sure that's not like. I'm sure that's not like not shocking to hear that like one of their own who's probably, yeah, roughly of the same power level as them has just been fully just been erased from existence. So
I mean, God's got to go somewhere when they die, right?
that's terrifying. How much HP does Osmond have?
A lot. AC's pretty high too.
I'm just wondering. We shouldn't have to fight a god, probably, maybe, right? Well,
I mean, a chem.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Fuck. Damn it.
Luca and Akem owe me a spell.
I'll fuck him up, man. I will fuck Luca up.
They owe you a spell.
Yeah,
What?
because well, I made the deal. Here I'll give you a Rizarinova's spell if you give me one of
Oh yeah,
your spells.
that's true. Both me and Luca likely forgot about that already.
Right,
wonder-
speaking of Novos.
I want to know. I wonder if I could have returned the Apotheosis vessel to crystal form, and then if it still would have like teleported back to him. If it was just crystal, you know?
What, like Chris's?
No, Luca's. Because I remember when I stole
Oh.
Luca's dagger, we thought it was a regular dagger until Chris identified it as an Apotheosis vessel. And I'm
Right.
wondering if we turned it into just the normal crystal, if we were able to do that, if he could still teleport it back to him, or if it has to be in the weapon form to do that.
Well, why don't we test it out? Riley will return his sword to crystal form and give it to Zero.
Are you able to teleport yours back to you?
We all can.
Well, I don't know.
Not me.
I have to like meditate with a book to get mine back, but how do you do yours? You just like snap your finger, you got it?
Yeah, just kind of think about it.
Yeah. I guess it is attuned to you. Okay. I'll take it. I'll do a lap. I'll run away with it.
All right, I'm going to try and call it back to me.
Okay. I don't know if it comes back to you. I think you can keep it in the crystal form without it, attacking the weak wheel. That's what we decide.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, I thought we tested this out.
Like, at least for mine, I couldn't do mine.
You
Like,
couldn't?
it's only with some. Yeah, otherwise
Oh.
I probably would have taken it out of your.
That's
Oh,
true.
I mean, I was waiting for that to happen. I thought there was a time where Riley could summon his back to him.
I don't.
That is right, though. We did test that we can keep it in sword form should we will it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's not true, then I guess I was just hallucinating it. That's strange. Why do I remember being able to do that? Here, let's try it with sword form. I'm gonna change it to
I'll
a
give
sword,
it back to him. Yeah.
Yeah,
and then I'll give the sword to Zero. And then I will try to will it back to me.
will it back. It's not coming towards you. You do feel like a pull, but it's not like a magneto pull. It's just like you kind of just know where it is at all times, and it's like I'm gonna grab it because I believe the getting back Apotheosis vessels back from like a long distance is like a feature of the Apotheosis vessel. It's like based on the deity.
Oh,
But, like,
okay.
Yeah. If you recall Zero, when you come, you can just kind of summon it back as smoke.
That did
Always?
happen. Yeah.
You were early on.
I mean, that's just when I threw it, though. I figured. I didn't think it was like in the middle of combat. I didn't think it was like, oh, if it fucking left the same area as you. Because we had it, like, we teleported somewhere with it, right? Or maybe Chris had it, like, in the dragon. I don't know.
Oh, well, he's had
Yeah,
it for-
we brought it to Teague. That's what it was.
Well, we did get it to Teague.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so
you,
we left with it.
the thing teleported miles.
And normally, I would have been able to do that, too, with the old Apotheosis vessel I had.
I'm sure. Though you were also relatively early on in this power level.
Because I feel like at a distance like that, when it's not an instance of like him throwing the dagger mid combat. It's like I physically took the crystal form. Well, it wasn't a crystal form, but it was like I took the physical object out of his pocket and I had it. I feel like he'd have to make some kind of sacrifice in order to get it back. Riley,
Well,
what did
maybe
you
he
have?
did. Maybe he did make a sacrifice.
I do wonder actually. Are we gonna actually take a long rest soon? Because we didn't. I mean, I didn't finish my long rest.
And nor did I.
Okay.
I
So
can put up
I'll-
a. I can put up a like tiny hut at any point. So this is a good. I mean, it's a bit of a waste of a fish, but I like the track of thought you're going on. Let's see if you run off with me sword. Let's see if I can get it back with a tribute.
take the sword and I'll do a little skedaddle.
Yeah,
I will tribute a fish to see if that is enough.
make your religion check. You tribute a fish, and where there was a fish, there's now apotheosis.
I'll call the zero. Zero! Is it gone?
You have a fish in your hand.
Ew. I think from the distance you'll just hear Zero go, ew.
Yep.
I think it works.
Yeah, I will say that based on the religion check, you feel like you could do that because you have such a close connection with your god.
Yeah, this might not be a feature of the apotheosis vessels after all.
I don't know, because I'm just wondering if he had. Because here's the thing. With the chem, when it comes to doing things like recharging the weapon, I had to kill somebody to recharge my weapon. That's why the whole slippery Zachary thing happened, because I'm a dumb bitch and I didn't keep my mouth shut. I reminded Simon, "Hey Simon, does this recharge my weapon?" Like a fucking idiot. And that's why that happened. But what I'm saying though is I'm wondering if Luca had to kill somebody near him to get it back. I do. Can I cast sending and just ask? Oh fuck! What's his name? Don't tell me.
I think it could also be that, well, from what we've known, is that Akem is one of the more powerful gods, more, I guess, kind of still worshipped. I'm not sure worshipped is the best word, but maybe what he represents is still around.
Hmm.
Yes, that is how some divinities draw the power. Most. Once you have a domain, that's where you draw the power from. Direct worship, yes, it's good, but only so many scholars for gods of knowledge, so many cheesemakers for gods of cheese. Death will always exist in some form or another. That is why your god was so powerful, I imagine, to be able to pierce that realm. Chaos is just the natural order of things. And
So it's the niche gods that that like expire after a certain time.
yes, you will not find any gods of pants these days anymore. The cloak god that protects you from the winter storms of...
Not too many people living in Thane for that to happen.
No. It is the... When there are so many gods, you will find your own domain. Because the big ones were already taken.
Wait a second. So if Gwina isn't technically the god of fish, is that spot open?
I suppose so.
Something to think about for later.
You would have to have someone believe in you as a god of fish.
Well, I'm already branded as the kingfisher on the main continent, so that's one step.
Branding is the first step of religion.
Can worry about my ascension to godhood later. Need to focus on Gwina for right now.
What is his name? What's ours name again?
Braxney?
Raxney. God damn it. Okay. What time is it right now?
It's like a little past midnight, like 12:30ish, 1 o'clock.
He's probably awake. I'll cast. Can I cast Sending to Raxney and just ask him? Because I know we saw them just the other day, right? How long have we been away from them and Thane?
Like a couple days, like 2 days max.
Okay. Then I'll just ask Fraxney, like, hey, the day that we came to see you guys, the time after, did anyone die?
You get back, because Roxy's not a god. He is a researcher, and they love researching late into the night. He sort of goes, not within the encampment, no. Why?
I'm out of Sending, so he's just gonna have to stay on a cliffhanger with that.
After a while, you just hear back in your brain, I'm sending this so you can respond to me.
Did we already warn him about Luca or no? Because we
No,
found out in
he has
Peak.
no idea.
Okay. I will tell him nothing urgent. I'll tell you more next time we see you. We're currently in Narset.
Okay? And you don't get a response because that was the return one. But,
And he is also out of Sending.
or he doesn't care. I guess you do have the ring you can converse with him.
Oh, wait, I do. Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, it's too late. So.
Yeah. Yeah. But Riley, you setting up the dome?
The dome. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I should do that.
Yeah. As you guys are in the dry jaw, now that you're kind of taking the time to rest up and stay hidden, stay out of the way. It's a narrow pass. It kind of arches in a triangular opening that's been relatively low, at least for your walking path. It's big enough for the mount single file. But they're pretty narrow passes, and occasionally it breaks off into just like almost like a sheer cliff down. But they traverse enough path that people put up like railings. At least, from the moment. You're not sure sturdy the air. But it's traversed enough. It's not the most treacherous thing in the world. Going fast, yes, it's kind of sucked. But now you're taking it slow. You find a spot to bed up. As you're sitting here, your skin is kind of starting to dry out a little. You can hear the wind howling from one side to the other, south to north. It almost sounds like moaning or wailing in a way, as it kind of makes its way past the rocks. Every so often you get just bits of swishing sounds of sand from further within our set. It's pushed further in mountainous dry jaw and almost just gets caught in your clothing and your mouth a bit. There's almost this ever-pervasive wind coming from the interior of our set, where you're heading, and you're almost constantly trying to fight your way through it, pushing forward. But after like a few minutes of walking, conversing, sending spells, don't have to deal with that anymore. As you did, Riley sets up the dome, and it's now just nice, room temperature, not sand stinging your eyes, not super dry and arid within the dome.
This is much better.
Yes, the Dryjaw is not known for its hospitality.
I feel like that could
Well,
be said
I'd
for
still
all of
take it over.
Narset.
Yeah, I'd still take it over Sant or Thane.
Yes, I've never been to either, but I've heard both countries are either extreme of a scale.
They are.
What's wrong with Sant?
What?
What's wrong with Sant?
It is
Oh.
5% humidity average per year.
I guess since you grew up there, you wouldn't
You
realize,
don't know,
but
you've
it is
never been
hell.
there.
What are you talking about?
I'm
I was-
talking to him.
Oh.
He's just reading off statistics he's read. Is that all he's going
Yes.
off of?
That's why I lived on top of a mountain.
You must have very powerful lungs.
This is why I take naps in the ocean.
You must have very powerful gills.
They are very powerful.
Maybe I'm just built different. Maybe you guys are just weak.
We, as people, acclimate to climates that are, what we grow up on. Imagine if I went to your temperate forest or a jungle or something, I would melt. Or be sopping wet, and I hate that.
Temperate forest jungle, huh? Well, that's me upbringing.
Wide variety of climates. Adaptation, evolution, theories. We are all born of Titan blood, but it's, we living can still evolve. Yeah, in the entire time, Salazar's just setting up a little bedroll. At this point, at some point in the night, as you're all, you can just bed down or set up camp, your camels come following through. And then they just meet you and just set up outside the hut.
Are they trying to get in?
No, they're not brushing against it, they're just literally just sat outside of it.
Oh, okay. All good then.
They're like, oh yes, our people.
Yes.
Camel time.
They were magically imprinted with, well, to be mostly obedient. To at least imprint on you. And then...
I feel a little bit bad leaving him out there. But this can't really fit him.
No, they are much better suited to survive these climates than we are. Believe me. Well, I will bed down for the night. I'm still tired, but yes, interesting day. Sorry for your loss, truly. Yes, soon be traveling across the heartlands of Narset proper. It is mostly desert. There's some oases. Keep an eye out for creatures. There are a great many.
Microscopic ones, even.
Yes, new to me. An insect that can send your soul to a different realm. Plane, perhaps. Not one I've heard of before. And perhaps the underworld for dragons. The dark where dragons die is in fact a mouth. I will
With that, yeah,
contemplate
time to retire.
these, yes, contemplate these horrors of our reality, my dreams. Well, good night, Zodiacs.
Good night, Selezazo.
Okay, is anyone taking watch?
I mean,
How's
we're in the tent, so like.
Okay, as I can make a perception check. Oh,
Am I? Oh wait, never mind.
you can make a perception check if you want to.
No.
Or if you have something else to do.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Yes.
Sure, I'll make one.
Okay. Is the advantage for smell for Azek, or?
Yeah. No. No, it's keen sight.
Oh, it's keen sight. Okay, so you have advantage. Right, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, you're keeping watch as well, or?
Sure, I'll...
It's up to you if you had something else to do, if you want to go to bed.
Sure, I'll take watch first, I guess, yeah.
Okay. As in a similar situation with you and Azek awake, but more or less safe in the dome. You think you're safe. What is Chris's thoughts right now?
I guess contemplating, thinking how big everything is, just considering like, a god just died. A god that was, with me for a big chunk of this journey. Um who's had connections with other gods, with nature and that sort of thing, and now kind of experiencing not the god itself, but the just chaos, just uh kind of experiencing what Etta Ellie experienced as a god, just you know thinking about like chaos and in nature and that sort of thing, and then thinking about the responsibility of being, representing all of that.
Yeah. And just sort of keeping an eye, keeping a good eye too, so especially at the events of the night, sort of holding the mask in your hands, contemplating that. Try to wear it once and it take, perhaps not ready for godhood yet. But this power was passed on to you, specifically. As you're contemplating that, just running through the possibilities, the infinite possibilities, as is chaos is wont to do. You, the first time in a while, feel empty. There's nothing shifting in your skin. There's nothing sitting inside listening. Or Chris. For now. Very strange feeling, especially after being so used to his presence.
That's so sad. That reminds me of that quote from Undertale where like
Despite everything, you're
yes,
still you.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. It made me sad.
But the night passes peacefully this time. Is it going to be second watch, or are y'all taking? I guess it might pass pieces. Fine.
Riley's gonna take an extra long rest just because.
Just because.
I got 8 hours. Fuck do I care?
It's true. Meditate for longer. Sun rises. You don't really see much of the sun from where you are, but just the purple of the sun rise and then eventually turns to blue as Zero's still asleep until 9 o'clock. But eventually you all pack up. Chris, you're still just kind of, you see, grappling with the feeling of just not being worn. Instead, you will be the wearer someday. You'll pack up, start heading southward toward the dry jaw amid wind, sand blowing in your face. You see Telzazel pulls up a loose part of the robe that almost like turned into like a scarf or like some sort of bandana around his face just to keep stuff out. Goggles. His head down, just marches forward on camelback. There's camels for all of you if you want to.
Yep.
Yeah, don't have to walk. Just slowly trudging along the path. After a few hours of travel, you make it to the end of the dry jaws. The travel was slow. Especially with how narrow it is, how it's low hanging, and just generally the wind constantly. Nothing assails you. You see a couple of lizards kind of crawl across the sides of the pass that sort of look at you with like one bug eye and then almost just jump for a bit. You think it's just gonna hit ground, fall, but it sprouts wings and starts flying to the other side of the pass. Catches an insect and just scurries up. life goes on. But once at the end, you are greeted with the midday sun, which the heat immediately hits you. Sun reflecting directly off the white-yellow bleached sand that bounces directly off of it into your face, like a mirror constantly at the ground, always reflecting the heat back up at you during the sun. You almost miss the coolness despite the sand of the dry jaw, but it is a shifting dune desert. Heavy wind. You can see there's almost like a dust storm in the distance already. Mostly clear sky except for there. No life. No plants that you can see. Just white bleached sand. Or as the eye can see. Okay, so I'll leave it to you. There's a way stop called Zethan. It's a larger town. Hunting town, where most of the dragon bone comes from. We can make a stop there, or if you want to get on your mission quickly, skip it. Hope we find food and water on the way. Straight to Masisa.
Well, let's have a look-see, shall we? Takes out the tracker.
Looking at the tracker, it's from where you are almost directly south.
Well, if we're swift enough, we might catch it before it leaves the border.
Yes, I suppose the island is moving, huh? So, are we skipping Zethan?
I mean, a quick dip probably wouldn't hurt. How far out of the way is it?
It would be an extra day or two out. It's more southwest than it is south.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit much. I mean, I have food for us, so... If Chris can put up magnificent mansion, that's not going to be a problem.
Yes, I'd forgotten how accomplished spellcasters you are. Yes, we can keep Zethan. Hope to find this island on the way. But I would ask that you talk to Magister first.
Well, it's directly south, right?
More or less, yes.
Our destination, that is?
Yes, so if it's on the way, yes, I cannot stop you from ignoring your goal. But if it's not on the way, and it's close by-ish, as we continue to Masiso, because...
Wait, I have an idea. What is the Magister's name?
Are you going to send to the Magister?
Yes.
No.
Why?
One, it is better to not have the first... Call them intruders in decades. Just hop in real quick and say, hey, we're in your country. Two, she genuinely hates sending messages.
Oh, well, I guess I can empathize with the second one.
I went to drown a man because he's sending message.
Ooh, quite the temper.
Yes, though she's strong.
Riley likes water.
Well, it's true. She can't drown me. She cannot drown me. This is true. However, she could probably attempt to kill me in other ways.
Telezazo gently chuckles. Yes, it is. Yes, the drowning is a favored execution for her, so that would cause a great annoyance.
Wait, she's a woman?
Yes.
Dragonborn?
Yes.
Interesting.
I believe she... Well, this is a rumor, but it's all private. I believe the rumor was she... I told you how magisters are chosen. The lead nurse says either a test of magic or a test of wit.
Mm.
She chose test of magic. She drowned the previous magister. Like I said, it is a favorite tactic of her.
That's one way to do it, damn.
The storms around Narset have never been more powerful with her at the helm. It keeps the It keeps defenses around the coast high. Every magister brings their own unique leadership and magic and flair to Narset. Waters deserves.
Like it. I'm sure Gwina appreciates that one as well.
Imagine so. Seed of Power tends to amplify magic. What is a way to do it? What the specifics are, not sure. Passing moments with the Magister. But no, I will not give you her name just yet if you're going to send to her.
Is there any way we can try and get eyes on the island, just in case we don't make it? Our dragon is kind of sat outside Vospar at the present, so getting him over here will be, like, not just tumultuous, but also, as you said, ill-advised.
Yes.
Our fast travel is limited.
Slow travel it is. We have the camels.
Well then,
we can...
perhaps we could pick up the pace today.
Yes, if that is what you wish. Right, we can...
If we stopped in this extra city, this extra town, what would we? What? I can't speak. What would we be stopping for?
Supplies and food, mostly. And if you wish to explore the city first. But up to you.
I miss Jenna.
I too. I vote that as long as either the bard or the wizard can provide water and food and all of that shelter stuff, we should probably just keep going to find the island. I would advise.
Unless there's I don't know, is there information in the city?
Perhaps. Zithin means in an even older form of Draconic, the very first I guess iteration of the language. It's Hunter of Sand. It's named that because the town is built within the skeleton of a huge dragon. A great worm. One of the only ones that is above the sand, at least, a blue dragon. That Zithin was the name. If you wish to find more information about perhaps a eater of dragon souls, perhaps that's one place to do it. Zithin is a hunting, scavenging town as well. I suppose you can call it a podunk kind of country town compared to the academic of Mosiso and the, I suppose, general commerce of Rakunan.
Do you think that's where dragons might kind of keep disguise, might hide amongst humans or people?
Honestly, if they are hiding in disguise, that would be a very cruel place to stay, with a very sick sense of humor. As I said, the people are hunters, not just hunters of animals, hunters of dragons. And other dangers. They have, they've tamed some dragons there. I'm sure you know.
Perhaps on our way back, if we find this island, we could visit that place. Or at least I would like to visit that place.
Yeah, on the way back seems like a good idea.
Very well. Likely a better idea anyway. Better to have the permission of the Magister and explore than not. Oh. Suppose no better time than the present. Sun is not going to be in the sky for more than another few hours or so. As we get our move on before it fully dips. As Lord Camelback is slowly marching towards the sand, vastly marching towards the sand, the camels sort of pick up the pace, imprinted on you, loyal, more or less. You all have some familiarity riding horses. Camels are a little different, as the giant two humps kind of saddle you with a very nice kind of embroidered, I suppose, carpet, or like a cloth between the, just as the only cushion. There's no saddle, no stirrup. You just kind of have to grip with your thighs, or side saddle, up to you. But it seems almost easy to drive these camels forward. Like, you're not really having to try that hard. You don't have to do, you didn't learn any new tactics or anything. Kind of just point and they go. You kind of just tell them to stop and they stop. A magical imprinting it seems to be doing its work. Going. Not too long after the dry jaws exiting, the sun does begin to set. It takes some time to get through it. Yeah, and as it does, the temperature dips quite drastically. Goes from pretty warm, pretty hot, to just suddenly cold. It's still technically in the middle of winter, but yeah, it's not clean at the very least. It just causes you to bundle up though, for that extra bit of warmth. But day by day, slowly heading towards Macizo. That is where we'll take a break.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Alright, see y'all in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20, 50, hour, who knows. Okay. So, trekking southward, skipping the town of Zithan for the time being, perhaps visiting later on, heading directly south towards Macizo and potentially Constant. But after the first day of travel, the night comes, the night goes. Very cold at night. No sun, nothing to absorb into the sand. But as you're sort of... How are you sleeping? By the way, are you taking the mansion or are you taking the hut?
I can do the mansion now.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do the mansion.
Yeah, as you summon the mansion. Inviting Celizazo in. The spectral Merrick's there to greet him. Yeah, as he's, gets fed, properly dressed, gets bathed and everything. Comes out looking fresh. This is my first time in the magnificent mansion like this.
Pay no mind to the servants.
Yes, your dwarven friend seems quite polite.
He's not a dwarf.
Is he not quite on the short side? Perhaps I shouldn't assume.
Yeah.
My apologies. Because I haven't seen any...
Oh, he isn't a dwarf?
What?
This
Wait,
whole
who?
time, I thought he was a dwarf.
Well, you couldn't tell he was a human.
Who?
Zero. Merrick's a human, right?
Yeah, Merrick's a human.
Okay, I thought I was going crazy for a second there.
No, he's just a real stout guy. Really hard to knock over, real solid.
I thought all dwarfs were like that.
That is the assumption, yes. That is what I assumed. They were very hardy, very low center of gravity. Like one of those dolls that you push over, they come back right up,
Does this count as racism?
Perhaps. It is. My apologies. I don't wish to offend. It's just, I have never left Narset. Haven't met many other races beyond human and dragonborn. You're the first.
I'm
tiefling.
blue.
Yes, I have. I've met. Made note of such. Not many elves. They're
Any blue ones in Hora either.
yeah.
I'm sure that's where we came from.
Well, yes, obviously, but from what I've only seen like 2 cities. Not many. What do you call yourselves? Moon elves?
Claudine's technically one, but I don't think she's blue.
Nah, she's normal.
You're either normal or you're blue.
Chaos. Yes. I always wondered that name, Moon Elf. I wonder if they knew before, when they named, what are they called, the, what is it called, subspecies? I don't know, the specific term for it.
Maybe we're born once in a blue moon.
That could be worth experimenting on.
Well, what were both of your parents blue elves?
I think from what I remember.
How does it? I wonder how the Songborn's race gets picked. Last time it was an orc.
I suppose its suspect is less about the racial lineage and more about the connection with sea, song, storm, all other S words.
Wait, hold on. No, never mind.
Hmm.
Nothing.
No,
Nothing at all.
we should do that.
Oh, fine. Are you aware of how Songborn come to be?
No, though I know they exist. At least.
Yep, that would explain that comment. Okay.
Hmm.
I'll just leave you to your devices then. Just know that is not quite what you said.
Not okay. Well, if you should enlighten me, I'm certainly not against it.
Perhaps one day.
Okay, I will not pry. If it is a personal matter. Yeah. It's nice, this manor. It's mentioned. Manor. But you know what I mean.
It's magnificent, isn't it?
Truly. I may be part of the Silver Eye repository, but I do not have the means to hire help, I suppose the term is. I suppose it also aids in the ethical dilemma of what being put into service for money. I imagine that's an ethical dilemma where you are.
What do you mean?
Being devoting most of your time, your career or job to servicing one specific rare, rich individual.
No, that's actually shockingly common.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
I believe it to be as well.
Yes, we have I suppose that is something we have a leg up on. We have a solution in our set.
Is it magic?
Yes.
Yeah, the average person is not a magician outside of Narset. We have met only but a few.
Yes. Well, unseen servant and such are good for the true mages, but not everyone in our set is a user of the arcane. Some just have, I suppose, better economic standards. What is the status of necromancy across the bridge?
Active.
Legal?
How active? Unsure.
More so active with a man named Luca. I mean, the guy screams necromancy.
And he would fit quite well here then.
He literally just has an army of dead just chipping it away at ice.
Yes. That is a good use for the undead.
Wait a second. So your solution is necromancy, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Suddenly, your acceptance of Deirdre makes a lot more sense.
Yes, the undead is not uncommon in our set. They are loose. Occasionally, they escape either physical or arcane shackling, and they are somewhat rampant in some parts of Narset, though they are swiftly dealt with if they are spotted. Physical undead, the spectral ones are a little more difficult to pin down. But if all goes well, then they make wonderful servants, butlers. They will not complain, do not eat. They don't have a mind to care for themselves. Ethical dilemma solved.
Well, I mean, you're a follower of the Silver Eye, so she doesn't have a problem with it either.
I mean, what good are the dead if they are sitting in the ground? In some circles, it is a punishment, in others, it is a blessing. There are some very rich families that can afford to also resurrect a loved one, or at least keep them fresher for longer. A semblance of life for a few years before the magic begins to wear off. For some executed criminals that commit the gravest of crimes, death is not the end, it is servitude afterwards. Most of the menial labor in Narset is done by undead, and if they are killed in dangerous situations, they are easily replaceable or repaired. That allows the vast majority of us to pursue more complex goals, careers, ones with more fulfillment.
I'm gonna turn to Zero and be like, "What do you think about that?
Which part?
All of it?"
I think I got lost at some point. Out of character. What were we talking about?
TLDR, Narset uses undead as slaves.
Oh, right. I did hear that part where you mentioned him accepting Deirdre.
I mean, they're undead.
I'm trying not to process that school of magic as something inherently dark and evil purely because I've seen it. We've seen it be used for,
No, I'm not really concerned about what the magic itself is. I'm more thinking about, like, remember back in the Underdark, where several of the gods were like, oh, by the way, the souls that are being tortured, we gotta do something about this.
Well, I think necromancy doesn't necessarily mean that the souls themselves are being tortured. It's more so using the
Yeah, that's why I'm asking Zero.
the dead corpse.
Well, yeah, I'm of the
As
same
a
opinion
means.
that it's just reanimating the bodies. No harm done, usually.
Well, if you're alright with it, then
I'm not alright with digging up. That's what I mean. The moral implications of digging up a grave, that kind of bothers me still, like what Luca was doing. But if it's just free, available bodies, I guess it's fine, I guess, as long as there's no, soul issues. But I don't think there is.
well, that said, I mean, it's also different because also, I would assume because of the culture here, people die expecting their dead selves to be utilized in such a way, yes?
It depends. It's not every corpse is, I suppose, rendered into servitude. Those that are forgotten, yes, especially if we cannot identify the body. There are some families, it is fully within the right to refuse. Because we need to know beforehand.
So there are standards.
Yes, if one wishes to be permanently buried, there are burial plots where it is illegal to touch the bodies residing within, mausoleums and such. But for the most part, many people don't have an issue with it, as at that point their souls are passed on, and that is the empty vessel waiting to be filled.
I guess you could. I guess in out of character terms, it's like organ donors.
In a way, yeah. Organ donors have just like, hey, can we just use your body for like to build this house? And I'm like, all right, I'm dead. What do I care?
Right, well, all of my concerns have evaporated.
And it's a form of beyond pragmatic means. It can be viewed as a punishment. Again, executed criminals, once they are dead or drowned, especially by the magister, their corpses are rendered into servitude regardless of their wishes, as they have committed the crime. It doesn't happen often, but it has happened.
Yeah, still, I mean...
What are your homes like? I know of the broad knowledge of the countries and cities within some of the culture. The actual life within, it eludes me.
Well, my home is an idyllic village, unseen by the Howrand royalty.
I consider many places my home actually. Rotave is my home. A little fortress in Silverwood, I guess what I would consider a new home. The magnificent mansion. My mentor's little abode in the Selenic Ridge Mountains, I would also consider a home. Even Nelad, where I've spent a lot of time just hanging with the village and getting to know the people there. And I've kind of grown to like other cities as well. Even though Fairhaven is a little small and dainty, it's also kind of been kind of grown to build relationships with some of the village people there, especially like the orphanage in the.
Well, it's good to have several places that you can rest a bit, hang your head. I've only ever known the one. I suppose the concept of freedom, not the concept, it's the... I've only ever known life confined to this fairly small peninsula. In some ways I'm envious, having many abodes in which to rest in.
Why is it that when people leave Narset, they are not permitted to return?
It's feared that the influences of the outside world may leak back in, and if we allow readily Narsetians to back in, perhaps one of them are spies. We'll have no way of knowing. It is better to threaten and enforce the permanent exile. It keeps most in, but we do not want to stop them, to strip them of the freedom to leave. It's for the safety of the whole country. It is a safety measure.
Sound logic.
That is for the, not to sound of an elite echelon, but for the lower class. Many of the undead in the cities, at least, do the menial labor, but in the small villages, not too many. They run farms. Mostly run farms. Who knows, perhaps you will With your presence, with your already affected outside influence, perhaps you can convince the Magister to relax in such rules.
It would be for the benefit of everyone, I think.
Perhaps. Or the downfall on the set. Who knows? I understand the rules.
I'm sure there will be some sort of downfall, but not a complete collapse.
Perhaps not. Change is something Narcitians have not known for some time. Not in our blood, I suppose. What of your home, Zero? Did anything like Narset? Climate? Culture?
The main populace I can't speak too much for. Tieflings aren't really welcome in the major cities. They're present, but they're not really treated with kindness, I would say. I'm from a hidden village deeper in the desert that is populated of almost exclusively tieflings, and that place is alright. The country itself is run by religious racist zealots, so it's not great.
Yes, that is the other shoe of religion. It can inspire hope as it can inspire cruelty. I'm sorry, your home is in such a state, Zero.
That's alright. I've been doing what I can to put a stop to it, and hopefully by the time my life is finished, it will be a thing of the past.
You have great influence, great power. All of you gods I know. I have no doubt this will be the future you will forge for yourself. I am stuffed, I'm clean. I'm tired. Thank you for inviting me to your abode, your home, away from home, Chris. This is only final.
Consider it an extension of what you've done for us.
I suppose I did invite you to my home, didn't I? Well, either that will be a very good choice, or the Magister will drown me. I'm willing to take that bet.
Well, the Magister would not be the first world leader we've had conversation with.
I suppose not.
Maybe will they be our third?
There was the Arbiter, there was Jarnhat, there was the leader of the Bronze Legion. I think that's it.
Do the people in Sen Lumina count?
Sen Lumina, I mean, they're not really a nation. And they're kind of
leader.
small.
They're their own underground nation.
I guess they count.
We can assassinate the leaders in Sant next.
I don't know if I want to get in that much trouble. We'll see. I would like, my ocean voyage to, not be me surrounded by, like, the world's navies.
Chris casually mentioning the assassination of the Pope. Bro. Chris, I don't remember what I said.
It was 0.
There you go.
Casual. Just a Tuesday.
Tuesday, I want Pope Francis dead. I see you have a power to effect great change, even if it is the assassination. A world leader, which I would highly recommend against.
Yeah, it was circumstantial, not our intention. Although, honestly, he had it coming.
It was one person's intention.
Yeah, but we didn't assassinate him because he was a world leader. We didn't even assassinate him because he was evil.
Did you assassinate him for?
Long story. You want to tell us, Zero?
It wasn't a great reason, but I don't think we regret it, probably. We already didn't have a great relationship with him due to an agreement that we backed out of last minute, and he wanted us dead anyway, honestly, but we had an ally who was given the task of taking him out in exchange for her father that we believe to be being held imprisoned by a drug family in Thane. Well, we did the damn thing, and turns out that her dad isn't even alive anymore. So that's awesome. But yeah, it was for a relatively good cause, because the alternative was her trying to do it on her own, and if she did it by herself, she would have gotten killed. But that's why we did it on paper, I guess. I've yet to figure out if that's really if that was the best choice. We are now up in some ways and down in some others, and we've made more enemies and have bigger targets on our backs. But you know, it is what it is.
Yes, it is. There will always be upsides, downsides, boons and consequences. I'm sure if you hadn't chosen to assassinate the Arbiter, the friend would have attempted it alone and been killed. And that would have been the consequence, but perhaps you wouldn't be wanted and be in better relationship with other countries.
Well, I hold on to the hope that we will be vindicated by history. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
It's assuming we all survive what is going to come.
I mean, we got a few outs. Assuming we actually do have the outs, and the Doom Dragon up north isn't an omen.
That reminds me, have we checked in on Merrick recently?
It's only
Nope.
been a few days since we saw him.
Now that that Jarn Hat knows that we know.
Oh, that's right, actually. Good question. It's only a 5% chance to miss while in thing, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna send to Merrick. How are developments?
Okay.
Fuck, what's it?
D100.
Silnia, the news has reached them. Send.
Okay. All the 100.
You said D100?
Mhm.
Yep, okay. Okay, yeah.
You're good. You get back. Well, they know they haven't done anything yet. Check in later.
I will relay that. Yep, nothing to worry about yet.
Let them know about the God Killer.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'll send again. Also, we found a god killer in Narset. It preys on the powerful. I don't think it'll be a problem up there, but just in case, send message.
Okay. And you get back. Noted. We'll keep an eye out.
Alright, that's it.
Cursed and laconic.
What's that?
I'm just saying stuff to myself.
Oh.
Yeah, that was also in full bathrobes now, spectral bathrobes. Just goes. Oh, still have some days travel ahead of us. Hope the climate of our side has not been too harsh.
Yeah, again, still vastly preferable to Sant or to Thane.
Let's see. It's the wildlife I'm concerned about.
We're not past the dragon danger yet, are we?
I've wondered about, there's a number of other draconic creatures, drakes, wyverns, that are, and beyond that, sandstorms, in plagues of insects. I've wondered about the Rakast, yes.
I think so? Yes.
Yes, giant sandstorms.
It hunts dragons, right?
Yes. Not common, but they exist.
I'm gonna send to Polaris and say, things have been turbulent here. Just man the station, and if you see any other dragons, flee.
Understood. And we'll use these undead draconic wings to flee mother dragons.
All right, we've got all our bases covered.
Here's your
I guess I should
many plates
technically roll, or does the one die count for all three?
Yeah, fuck it.
All right,
5%. What are the chances?
not 0, but you know what? I'm gonna get my spell slots back anyway. It doesn't matter. I can waste as many as I need.
Good. Unless we have any other topics to discuss, either now or on the way. Okay.
Nothing that comes to mind.
Very well. I will be cozying up in this incredibly soft, luxurious bed that I've never seen in my lifetime. Good night.
Night, night.
Good night.
The door begins to close on the guest room before it shoots open. Herbal tea, please. And then one of the special mercs, yes, and just starts walking or floating.
He's certainly making use of it.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, anything else you'd like to do for the night before continuing on the journey?
Cook up a fish. You know what? I should cook some temp HP treats.
That's true. Takoyaki or whatever the fuck.
I'm gonna fucking snack on them. Yoink! Everybody get 6 temporary HP.
A.
Ew. Wait a minute. Until you get hit.
Indeed.
Nothing else for the night?
I would like to do something
Oh.
because I don't think I've done it yet, or because you said at some point when we got our upgrades and stuff, the apotheosis vessel doesn't take an attunement slot anymore, right?
Correct. You're so attuned with your god and your apotheosis vessel that it doesn't need to be tuned.
Okay. Because I want to do something and I just haven't tried to do it yet. I didn't know if there was a reason I hadn't tried to do it yet. I want to I want to attune to the agony lash.
Okay. Tuning to agony lash. Very well. As you're tuning to it, thinking about it, having it just coiled in your hands as you're connecting with magic. I'm pretty sure this thing's not cursed, right? No, you're good.
Okay.
No, as you're tuning to it, you can feel the handle getting warm in your fingers. It's like slickening. It's becoming wet, warm, a familiar feeling. But you're looking there, it's not. There's nothing there. It's not bleeding. You're not bleeding. It's just.
It's piss.
It's exactly, precisely. The piss and shitting excrement that you love to roll around in and
Stop. Anyway, let's keep going.
Once the warm body temperature whip attunes to you, it is now yours to wield.
Tight. That's it for me, I guess.
Is he doing it?
I'll go to a spectral American and say, you may feed me some grapes.
Good use. Every single time. I think. understood. And just like begins slowly, like fucking like a Roman emperor Nero, in a giant, like sitting chair or whatever. What the fuck's those side chairs you lay on? Those ones. Slowly being fanned, grapes being fed to you, your feet being rubbed, whole shebang. It's very nice when you're traveling. Okay, but
I lied, I want to do one more thing.
okay, what you doing?
I would like to cast Sending to Claudine.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, hey, haven't died yet. Miss you. Let me know if anything gets weird over there.
Okay, good to hear from you. I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
This spell's still going for a bit. Miss you, bye. Spell ends. Yeah. Any final activities for the night?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Chris, where'd you put the mask?
I think I probably just keep it. Maybe. Trying to think. Maybe I'd keep it like in. Yeah, I'll put it in the bag of holding, I think.
Okay. Yeah, just keep it in a bag of holding. Just, it's a little unceremonious, but it is the safest place you know. If someone doesn't know it's there, it can't be taken out unless it's you know, they dump it out. But that's a bitch and a half already. Place it there for the time being. Okay. It doesn't jump out at you or anything. But the night does come, the night passes. For night in the desert. As the dawn breaks, set out on your camels or whatever mounts you want to do, or just on foot if you feel like getting the sand between your toes. Not quite a beach, but it is, under certain circumstances, can be pleasant. So I'll roll a d4 for me. It's been a while since I've actually had you guys roll for random encounters.
I would like to do it this time.
Okay, how you volunteer? I see.
Okay, so I'm never volunteering again.
Gotcha.
Brandon
Yes.
said yes.
Gotcha.
Yep, I don't think I will ever be doing a dice roll again.
From now on,
This is my retirement.
Bowen does all the dice
Please
rolls.
please do it again.
Wasn't the Rotave my fault too? You know what? We can turn this around. We can turn Scuff
We
into
can turn
into
this
something.
around. We're about to get another fucking dragon, dude.
We have the technology.
We have the technology.
Turn Scuff into a buff.
Oh!
That's good. I like that a lot, actually. Unironically, very good. I like that.
Banger line, actually.
Incredible line. That is no, that's going to the video description 100%.
Yeah, that's basically been the session.
True. You lost your god, but at the same time, you might become one. That was not what I was expecting that one to go. Okay, but as you're all venturing out, the day goes pretty slow. You can look up and you can see a bunch of birds in the sky. It's hard to tell what species or anything, but they're kind of circling. Might be vultures, honestly, given the size. Not a good sign. By sort of traversing the dunes, you sort of come across this flatter area of dunes. I guess more of a plain, I suppose. Sand, but you can see there is rubble there. Not quite tree rubble or anything. Like, it looks stone. Some wood. but it's just a pretty long strip of just kind of like these broken down structures of some kind.
These got a story?
Bill's also sort of looking over. I'm not too sure. That could be, watch posts could be abandoned, filled in mine. We do use some wood. Better for, I guess, easier to work with some structures. Could be watchtowers. It's sort of passing through organized structures. There's really not much on the surface that you can look at. Some of it's already been covered up with sand. Who knows how long or how much is still buried under the sand. But for now, as the dunes shift, it's blowing away, revealing and uncovering the past at the same time, they're exposed to the air for now. Whenever you'd like to investigate, or can you move forward?
Take a look at the old... Well, never
Oh,
mind.
sorry, no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just going to say, take a look at where the tracker's at. How fast is that thing moving?
I got too excited.
It's where you are. It's currently still pointing pretty south. It's moving. It looks like it's a little southwestish now, but like barely, like a couple degrees.
Southwest? Like here?
Roughly, yeah.
It moved from east to west?
I think it moved from south and then west.
It was.
Did it change direction?
You're moving directly south before, right? It was directly pointing south, more or less. Now it's barely, like... Now it's still south, but it's like a couple degrees.
But it was moving east before.
Mm-hmm.
And it's moving west now.
Random.
True. Okay. Looks like it's changed direction.
Salazar sort of looks back. I didn't know that could do that.
I didn't know either.
I suppose this island is somewhat of a mystery still. Projected probability of appearance. Yeah, Salazar's sort of just kind of almost like running calculators in his head, like theories. Zero, you're doing an investigation check on the structures?
Yeah, I'm good at those.
You are. Make an investigation check. Yeah. Looking through some of the rubble. Getting off the camel to do so. Just kind of sifting through. It looks like, yeah, most of the structure is buried. And what you're seeing is the tops. The investigation check. Yeah. Hard to find anything of value necessarily, but you do discern that these structures are probably taller than they actually look like. They look just like a little, like if they fall over from your vantage point, they look like just like I'll go one-story house that I fell over. That much rubble, but like these things probably stand further down.
Do they look like at one point they might have been fancy and expensive?
On the outside, kind of no, actually. The wood's still there, and like it's been like sun bleached and just like super dried. All the moisture been sucked out of them, and they're cracking. The actual stone itself is just, you know, stone. It's now broken up into little tiny chunks. Yeah, but whatever the structure was, or multiple, or whatever these structures were, taller than they look.
Am I able to see if there's any signs of life around?
Make a either perception or investigation check, your choice. Jesus Christ, okay. I sort of get off your camel, trying to look around, see if there's any signs of life. You see the vultures above you. There's a good amount of vultures above you. Like, a lot of vultures above you.
Um, I'll tell the group, yeah, there's a lot of vultures above us.
So they're waiting for prey to show itself? Or perhaps something is dead here.
Do I see anything dead?
Looking around? No, not really.
Are they hovering directly above us or just in a certain
They're
spot?
pretty above you.
Okay. They're close. Oh, I mean, like, directly above us, it seems.
Well, let's move and see if they follow us.
Yeah, as you all sort of get into camel, start moving for another couple.
Wait, I wanted to still mess with this thing.
Oh, what do you want to do?
I wanted to try to see if I could get in. Like, I know it's buried, but like, can I like the roof of it that we're looking at right now? Can I like kick it in or something?
Make an acrobatics check for me. See if you can squeeze in.
Cause listen, one thing about me, I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna loot every chance I get.
Yeah, you can fucking squeeze in. You're all watching as Zero. It's impressive how Zero squeezes. This shit's like, it's like a couple inches in width. This hole that Zero managed to squeeze themselves through. A little gross looking actually, but it's like it's the tiniest little hole, like literally camel going through the eye of a needle. But you just see your tiefling friend Zero just disappear into the rubble, just out of view. But inside Zero, there is a very kind of broken down hatch.
I want to loot.
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Damn it.
Okay. Going inside, you go down a ladder. The ladder is itself a bit of bone. As you can touch it, it is more or less untouched by the elements. It seems like the tops were mostly destroyed, and the shaft, I suppose, is a little better kept. Some of it is kicked in, a little bent, and looks like it's on the verge of breaking. It's a little unnerving because you're not sure if this is a tunnel into the ground or a tower that's been buried. But if you go all the way down, you can look up the ladder that you came down. You descend maybe 30 feet or so. Very unnerving because you can see the walls of this tower or shaft bowing in like a good amount, like a couple feet, that if you were to take out a brick, a bunch of sand would probably be pouring down on you and probably suffocate you. And you're right below it.
Hey.
But you're at the bottom. At the bottom you see a series of tables and shelves, books, papers, scrolls, a few chests. Like, they're stocked with something. I'm not sure what they are.
I would like to check for traps.
Make another investigation check. Look around. No traps that you can think of. Seems like this wasn't really a location that they thought would be looted a lot, so they'd feel the need to. But you go through the chests. Mostly just clean clothes. I think there's a dagger or two made of dragon bone, but yeah, clean clothes. Some like dried rations. Yeah, take bone daggers. You get 3 bone daggers if you want to. Dragon bone daggers.
I will give these to children.
You sure will. That's, if anything, that's been your MO this entire time. Yeah, but looking around, a lot of clean clothes, spare clothes. You see, yeah, just kind of like this, I suppose, like a family portrait, like a very small one, is, yeah, probably the best term for it. Like this kind of circular, again, made of bone, with kind of etched in with ink on like a piece of leather. Like this portrait of a family. Very intricate detail for being done on leather, all things. Just kind of buried in between all the clothing. Scrolls, a bunch of books. The other chests seem to be kind of the similar story. And clothes, mostly supplies, seemingly no real loot There's adventure loot to be had.
Can I go through the books and the scrolls to see if there's anything of interest in there?
Sure, you go into the books and the scrolls. They're all interconic.
Does anything look interesting?
Uh,
Is anything accompanied with pictures?
with that investigation
perhaps?
check, there is actually. On the large table, there's an uncovered scroll. You can see it looks like it was in the process of being written, and then seemingly from your investigation check, they were suddenly stopped. On it is a picture, or at least a sketch of a very large worm. Not like a leech-looking worm, but it is serpentine in shape, no eyes, scaly, but it has a jaw, almost more like a snake than a worm. And it's kind of just being drawn, emerging from the sand. And looks like whoever was drawing this was in the midst of doing so, but suddenly stopped. You see there is a inkwell that spilled over and is marred like one half of this parchment.
I take it.
You take it.
And I take all the other scrolls, because fuck it, why not?
There's a lot.
Oh, well, I take any of the interesting looking ones. Are there any, like, locked away all nice and pretty? Like, oh, this needs to be preserved?
Most of them are in scroll cases. But like, yeah, you can take ones in scroll cases.
Yeah, I'll take a couple of scroll cases.
Okay. Yeah, you just take just random books you can't read, and like scrolls, you're just taking them up. Put them all in a bag of holding. Climbing up.
Yeah, and if that's all that's to be found there, yeah, I'll go back up.
Yeah. Yeah, as you're climbing up. The boys, what are you doing up there while Zero's spelunking?
Just watching the vultures.
Yeah, as you're watching. Now you're aware of them. You can see that there's not only is there quite a lot, there's probably like 20 or 30 in the air right now. There's more coming in.
Oh.
I'll just look at all of you. That's not a good sign. I'm assuming.
Well, considering they haven't done anything yet, I think maybe they're waiting for something to happen, which means something is going to happen. Hey, Zero! We have a reason to believe we should book it.
I'm coming, and I rush up the ladder.
Okay, as you're rushing up the ladder, scroll cases in hand. Like like reverse Santa Claus. Now you're absolutely laden in scroll cases. You made a chain of them. Yeah, Zero comes up, squeezes through the hole again. It's like just being ejected from the hole, I suppose. Yeah, as you crawl out of the rubble. Yeah.
What's going on? What's the problem?
Well, look above us. That's the problem. They're waiting for something.
Them sure is some birds.
Yeah, well, the vultures. You know what vultures do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something's about to happen.
They're waiting for one of us to drop. We're probably the only living things for miles. Come on, let's go.
What if we actually join them?
What, with Fly?
Yeah. I'll cast Fly on myself and fly towards them.
Okay. Yeah, they're probably good 100 feet or so above you. Yeah, as you're sort of flying up to join them. Yeah, they don't steer away from you, they kind of just make space for you to enter. And looking up at the vultures. Make a nature check. Are you proficient with nature, actually?
I am not.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never double,
Well,
never mind.
Doesn't need it.
Rolls too high to not to ignore. Yeah, you're looking up. You know, Pratchett wasn't like a huge animal dude. He caught monsters because they were interesting and he wanted to summon them. There's a couple of books that he had. You know, these vultures aren't just native to Narset, they're native to other hostile environments as well. And they Sant, actually. Sant, they're also in Sant. There's some of them are around, like southern Rias, where it's warmer, pretty much. These are Titan vultures. Not only because they're kind of big for vultures, basically the size of a man, they tend to follow large monsters.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, typically the apexes of any environment.
If only I could tell Riley I rolled a 1.
Can I see anything from up here?
Make a perception check. Oh, you fucking can't. You're covered in vultures.
I will head back down and report to the group.
So it's basically just as I thought. We don't have long. There's probably something big coming.
Let's head out.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep an eye out, like, for stuff.
Yeah, I'd also like to send Azek up so he can keep an eye out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sending Azek up. Both team make perception checks. Azek and Riley.
My sight is dulled, but my other senses are fine.
That certainly is keen sight.
Oh. Leave me alone.
With a 2. Good God. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye out, keeping an ear out. So far for the next 10 minutes or so, nothing. Every so often you find patches of these rubble buildings too. They're spread out pretty far from each other. There's sometimes gaps between it and eventually they can pick up again. Still not sure what they are, necessarily. As I sort of looks back, I use 0. Did you find anything?
Yeah. I don't know what any of it means, but I'll let you take a look at it. It's all undergoing.
Okay.
I guess that's okay. Am I able to hand it to him like right now, like a couple of the scroll?
Yeah, easy
What
enough.
are they called? Scroll. What are they?
Scroll
called?
cases?
Cases, yeah. I'll hand him like a scroll case at a time, so look at it.
Yeah, as you can, a scroll case. And they're pretty nice scroll cases, all things considered. They're not like super ornate, but they are well made, and some of them are like subtly decorated. Looks like little like patchwork embroidery with like a string. And he's sort of handing them out, and he's sort of popping the lid off, sliding the scroll out, looking at it, and doing that for the scroll cases you do. And he's sort of going through. Okay, there seems to be some sort of a wilderness research expedition or site studying the various life forms that exist out here.
Oh yeah, there's this one then, and I'll grab him the one with the worm drawn on it.
Okay. You hand him that, and like, there's a bit of writing on it. Again, you can't read it. The most of the scroll was taken up by this picture anyway. As you're sort of looking at it, his camera sort of stops for a bit as he's sort of reading it. His eyes widen. He closes the scroll with a quick, I think we should go.
Let's go.
Am I able to read it?
Yeah, if you want to.
Sure, I'll read it.
He hands it to you as you're sort of reading for it. You're reading through. Some of it is covered, but you can infer. The area you just passed through, specifically was studying the Rakost. They were doing researches on, well, there's not much known about them other than they hunt dragons. So they were trying to figure out more of what they can be used for. Killing them is kind of hard to do, especially when they're young. They were trying to lure a particularly old specimen. Try to mostly judge its date, or like how old it is, just based on like other factors they know about Orgast. They tried one method of basically sounding vibrations in the sand, like very loud, with like a very large thumper that they had, arcanely powered. That was the last entry they made. It was interrupted seemingly.
Oh, fuck.
It looks like they were trying to look for him cost. I don't know.
It seems they found one.
I don't know what happened. Yeah. Something happened.
Oh, cool. Just the thing that eats dragons. So first we have to contend with a god eater, and now there's a very real possibility we have a run-in with the dragon eater.
I have a question.
Hmm?
If I cast Phantom Steed more than once, it's not concentration. Can I cast it more than once for 3 Phantom Steeds?
It's not concentration?
It's not, and it doesn't say anything about whether or not it gets dispelled whenever I cast it again.
Ah. In that case, I think you can do that.
Okay, for the sake of trying to not get our asses beat, can I cast Phantom Steed 3 times? Oh, I'll cast it 2 times. Can I cast it 2 times? And I guess it says quasi horse-like creature appears on the ground unoccupied, and normally it uses like a horse's stat block, right?
Yeah.
Can I make them heavier?
Heavier in what way?
Like the actual steeds are heavier.
I can.
How?
Enlarge.
To work on magic?
I have another idea too. I just don't want to waste this resource if I can help it.
Creature or object.
I was also gonna use Horn of the Raider. Because my logic is like, if we're traveling at a normal pace with camels that are not super duper like stompy on the ground, if we sent a party of other creatures with some weight to them, like I know Horn of the Raider is like spectral, like not Vikings. What are they called? Berserkers. But like they can still stomp on the ground, can't they? Like they can beat the shit out of people. They can stomp on the ground, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, they're not super heavy, but they can disturb the sand, yeah.
So if we're worried about running into it on the way here, I'm saying if we kept moving forward and in the opposite direction, we sent 2 Phantom Steeds and all of the Horn of the Raiders just being loud as fuck. So if it does get attracted to anything, it gets attracted to them. Does that make
I
sense?
can also throw out an illusory dragon. You know what? Considering it eats dragons, that might be a really good idea.
That's true. I just don't know if it goes off of sight is the thing. It seems like it might just go off vibration.
Well, certainly to
All
start.
three
but
of these would help.
if it ever makes itself visible, then that's what I'll do.
I see. Because I don't know about y'all, but I don't feel like fighting a worm, man.
I think we've had enough worm fun in our set.
Yeah. Plus, this is the worm that kills dragons. We barely kill the dragon, you know?
Right, well, let's just hope it doesn't come to any of that and get on our merry way.
Okay. So, I need all of you to make stealth checks.
Uh-oh. Please carry me.
Oh, so I need to make one too, actually. Alright, you're all okay.
Okay, when I see that Riley and Chris are not being very stealthy, can I do what I wanted to do so I can just kind of give us some time to get out of the way?
Sure.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to. How does Horn of the Raider work? I have to roll a die.
Yeah.
2d4 plus 2. Oh, fuck yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Max
10
roll, let's go.
10 raiders.
That's 8. Yeah, 8 berserkers. And I'm going to cast Phantom Seed twice and have like a big ass warhorse. And I want to cast it as far as I can away from us. Let me double check what that is. I think Phantom Seed is like 100 feet, maybe 30 feet.
30.
Okay. And I think not Phantom. Horn of the Raider is about the same, right?
I'd say.
60 feet. So yeah, I'll activate the Horn of the Raider 60 feet away, and I will do the Phantom Steed 30 feet away. And the instruction I will give them is just, hey guys, stomp around a lot, make a lot of fucking noise, and just go that way. And I'll just point the opposite direction.
Okay.
Or I'll just have them stay there where they are. Then we can leave. They can stay there. Just make a lot of noise right there.
Okay. I'm going to make I make 2 rolls. They're performance checks for both the Phantom Steed and the Berserker Steed. If it can divert attention, assuming there's anything to divert attention away. I'll roll this publicly for the Berserker. I can't do it for the Steed because it's a riding horse. I don't know how the stats were. Okay. I guess I can't do it publicly, actually. I just have to look at 20 minus 2. Oh, there you go.
Oh, tight.
So that's a -1 on this Phantom Steed. Hilarious. As you summon 10 whole-ass Berserkers to run one direction, Phantom Steed to run another direction as you're trying to...
No. They're all in the same...
Oh, same area?
Yeah, I want them in the same area. If anything, can the Berserkers hop on the Phantom Steeds and just use them to, again, just make ruckus in a different area that we are not? Maybe, yeah, going the opposite direction of where we're going.
Sure, there's 2, right?
Yeah, there's 2 Phantom Steed and then the 10 Berserkers.
Okay, so 8 of the Berserkers are not able to catch up. But they definitely running away from you, trying to make as much noise as they can. And they are making a lot of noise. You're just trying to look at the feet, and like they're not super like substantial in terms of weight, but they are disturbing the sand, and they are making a lot of noise. Which noise can travel through sand. Okay. Okay. As you're trying to be as sneaky as you can on camels, going slow, as the Berserkers, at this point, they're probably about 60 feet from you, 80 feet, 100 feet, slowly gaining pace. And they're just they're going ham. The 2 on the horses just bolt, and you don't even see them anymore. But you do see within eyeshot, 8 is still left. And they're taking the axe to the sand and everything, gouging out huge things, screaming any number of obscenities. You all feel vibrations.
Well, there's the man of the hour.
They not just go around, like not just feel them, but you can hear it. There's almost low buzz, this thrumming. You can see the sand, any loose particles starting to slowly kick up off the ground for a good radius around you. And then suddenly it stops. All of you make perception checks.
I'm making one for Azig.
Okay.
One better than my passive.
Okay.
Oh wait, he has advantage. Can I roll it again to see if I get a nat 20?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
You all spot this actually. Azek from above especially, but there's a slight dome of sand slowly rising away from you guys towards the berserkers. Riley, you can see it just barely. It's maybe 2 feet of difference of just a slight bump slowly moving towards the berserker.
I think the diversion is working.
I'm wondering if I bust out the carpet, if maybe you and Chris ride on the carpet together and we just pull the camels along, maybe that'll take a little bit of weight off the ground, and then also hopefully your stealth checks won't matter.
What's a stealth check?
What's stealth?
Look, I'm fine to stay on the ground, I think. Like I said, my strategy, if it shows itself, and the Vikings, the Berserkers, the fuck is a Viking? The Berserkers, they can't stave it off. I've got a dragon.
Okay.
I just need to hope it's dumb enough to not realize it ain't real.
I think flying's still going.
Yeah, I think you still have fly on. You just floating.
Yeah, I'll just float up
Smart.
Okay.
about 30 feet.
Then I will hop off my camel and get on the carpet and just pull the camel along, so it's just less weight.
Okay. All right. That bump slowly moves towards the berserkers. Chris, you are flying up in the air. Zero, you are flying up on the carpet. How high are you abouts?
I'm low enough to still have the reins to the
Okay.
to my camel.
So like 5, 10 max.
Yeah.
I'll go 30 feet.
Okay. And Riley, you're still on the ground.
Yeah.
With poor Silasasa, who has no defense against anything here.
He can get on the carpet if he wants to. I'll offer it to him.
Yeah, he'll get on the carpet.
Okay.
Okay. Riley, you being the sole person on the ground, you're the only one that can actually feel anything in the sand right now.
Yep,
That's useful though, yeah.
that is useful, yeah.
As you see it visually, you stop feeling it. You're seeing this bump slowly move to the berserker. The berserker is slowly moving away from you. They're about 120 feet from you guys at this point. And then it just kind of stops beneath it. At a pause. You're about 150 feet away from you as you're slowly making your way southward away from this thing. You see a giant column of sand erupt from where the berserkers were standing. A shape rise out of it. Not just rise slowly, but it launches itself out of the sand, like 60, 70, 80 feet out of the air, arcs above you, and lands on the other side, diving into the sand again with colossal force, kicking up sand every direction like a crater in the ground. It almost blinds you for a bit with how much sand gets kicked up. It's lingering in the air, choking. It landed maybe about 40 feet from you. Even the ones you're flying, it sailed clean above you. And where the berserkers were, no longer there. 2 runnings still going, but the berserkers have just disappeared. It's now.
So we all agree that was bad news, right?
Riley, I have to make a perception check. Let's see how much details you guys got. Okay. Yeah. Riley, you're the only one that really got a clear shot of it. The rest of you just saw a burst of sand. You looked up and they were just a shadow against the silhouette of with the sun, and then another burst of sand as it landed. Riley, you can make out more details. This thing was huge. It was very big. In terms of total diameter, it's probably probably close to like 30, 35 feet. Total length, probably good 100, 120. It's really squat for a worm, but it was possibly the biggest thing you've seen, other than Zal, I think.
Yeah, this thing is bigger than the whale was. I'm gonna cast Illusory Dragon, and I'm just gonna leave it hanging in the sky for now. I'm gonna assume this thing is maybe weak to ice, so I'll give it that property.
Okay.
I want to do something, if I may.
What are you doing?
How does the monster pocket work? Yeah, do I just do it?
Are you trying to catch the thing?
No, I'm trying to catch my camel.
Oh, if they're a willing creature,
Wait, is that an option? Can I catch the worm?
I mean, I think there's
Chris could capture it, right?
technically
I need a piece of
need a
it.
piece of it.
Damn.
Yeah, and like it won't be technically. I think the rule of Monster Pocket. I think it can, if the monster, it's immune to Monster Pocket if it has legendary resistances. Which, you know, spoiler alert, it does. And I think for Practical Monster Translocation, you can teleport it, like, same as everything. It's just if it has legendary resistances, you can't put it under your control. So you just relocate this monster, and then it's just there.
Send it to fucking Sylnia.
Oh,
Fucking hilarious. Yeah, the monster pocket, if you touch it against or throw it against a creature that's willing, they don't have to make a saving throw, and they can just stay in there for indefinitely.
I'm gonna put my camel in the monster pocket.
Yeah.
How many monster pockets do we have collectively?
we each have one.
You can all pull monster pocket your camels if you want to.
I'll pass for now. I'll wait.
Because there's how many? There's 4 camels out right now.
Yeah,
right?
Salazar's still there too.
Okay, I'll monster pocket my camel. I swear I thought we had more monster pockets. I mean, I took a list of all of our inventory that we
I
got.
thought we had
from
5 in total, and then
I think
we
I didn't we
distributed.
give some to you?
One of them went to Answin.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that.
I think I
I
have
know. I think
2.
we. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think we gave more than one to Chris. Can I use? one of
Riley
them
only
for-
has the one.
Can I use one of them, Chris, for his camel?
Sure.
Okay. I'll mage hand up and reach for his monster pocket so I can do it to the other camel.
Okay. Okay. So, whose camels are monster pockets? Everyone's except Riley's.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Salazar's on the carpet with you, Zero. Chris, you're flying, and Riley, the only one with the camel, but also the only one with contact on the ground.
Yeah.
You summon illusionary dragon where? Just above you, or?
Yeah, just no, like where I saw the thing land.
Okay. So about 40 feet to your right.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you're like this dust and sand finally settled, and you finally have a sight. You summon the illusionary dragon. Cold, so a white dragon. Ancient white dragon, biggest one you've seen, the only one you've seen. Yeah, and it's just hovering there. What are the senses it has? Like, does it actually exist?
I don't-
Exist?
I don't think it does. I think it's just huge shadowy dragon, unoccupied space. Illusion lasts for spell's duration.
It gives off.
Only lasts a minute. Oh fuck.
But it gives off like anything other.
Any of your enemies that can see it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become frightened for 1 minute. If the frightened creature ends its turn in a location where it doesn't have line of sight to the illusion, it can repeat the saving throw. No, it's basically just, oh fuck, scary dragon, and I can make it use a breath attack, and that's it.
Okay. This is
It's not real.
right. One issue with the whole like, oh, the entire thing's in the spell description. It's like some illusionary spells have like, oh, it can make senses. It can make, you know, like, it smells and temperatures, and the other one just says a dragon.
Yep, it's a dragon.
Dragon.
And it's not even a dragon. It is basically a walking breath attack
Right.
that doesn't actually exist.
Okay. Make
Breath
Well, the
attack
breath-
with sand and see if it'll distribute enough to bring him over there.
I will. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna throw breath attack at a
at the ground.
like, yeah.
Okay. And to throw breath cut on the ground.
Can I also add to that?
Sure.
About 40 feet away, like where the worm landed, I'd like to do a gravity fissure.
Oh. I see. They just kick up the sand more.
Essentially,
Okay. Gravity fissure.
100 feet long.
Okay. Okay. As you summon the illusory dragon from Chris, are you using a spell book as your spell casting focus?
Yeah.
Okay. As you focus on the spell book, you flip to the page with a spell gravity fissure on it. The arcane equations now floating around you as you focus, as the line of focused gravity just pulling inward as the frozen ice just turns to crystals, and then out of nowhere there's almost like this lance of gravity pierces the sand and just sucks everything in, imploding outwards immediately again. Both of you make I call them
Damage rolls.
no, let's make them Jesus. Whatever spellcasting modifier is, just you make a check with that, and then if you're proficient in performance, add that.
Proficient in performance.
Yes.
Add what? A roll?
Your proficiency bonus.
Oh, okay. So that's 6 plus 19, 25.
Make a charisma check, and then add your proficiency bonus. If
Oh,
you're
okay.
proficient in
In
performance. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 19.
Okay.
If I'm not proficient, what do I do?
Just an intelligence check,
Just-
because that's your spellcasting. Damn. Okay.
Hey,
Between the two of you, you make a very, very convincing dragon. Like, the ice coming from the dragon's mouth coats the outer surface. That's very real as shit. And then the gravity fissure seems to, with how it works, pulls in sand and makes subtle vibrations, maybe similar to the weight of a dragon. A couple seconds pass before a secondary explosion erupts from where the dragon was. Again, you are closer to it now than you ever were. It was now 20 feet from you, to the right maybe. You are covered in sand immediately, all of you, as you're sort of making your way south, again, arcing above you. But the dragon's still there. The now giant tunnel that gets very quickly filled in with sand. You can barely see it as it arcs above you. Lands again with another thunderous crash, kicking up sand 30, 40 feet in the air.
Blast again.
Okay, make another one of those rolls. I guess if you're proficient in performance, just make a performance check.
Sure.
Okay. As you're sort of moving forward, trying to not make as much sound, the dragon still... You can't move it, right?
No, I can move
Oh,
it.
you move it?
Yeah.
Okay. You're following it where it landed?
Yeah.
Okay. As you follow it to where it's going, where it landed, another breath weapon on the ground. Another couple seconds pass. Again, another explosion. Arcs up in the air. A little further away from you this time. Moving away, technically. Again, going through the dragon, finding no purchase. Landing in the sand. Another eruption. And then it gets silent again.
I'm gonna send the dragon down like 5 feet and then blast again.
Okay. Make one more performance check.
Oh yeah.
Jesus
Now
Christ.
we're fucking gaming.
With your performance checks, you make a very convincing dragon. This thing eats dragons, literally for breakfast. With your rolls, with how light your feet are, with some of you not even touching the ground, you do manage to escape the riposte for now. As you keep moving forward, following that same pattern, moving around breath weapon, and you're just slowly moving it away from you until the riposte eventually just stops chasing the thing, either figuring it out or just giving up. You feel this heavy vibrations once again, but then for the next few minutes, nothing. You're not sure whether it's just waiting. You're not sure if it's still in the area. You're not sure if it left.
Work smarter, not harder, boys. We did it. Fuck yeah.
Probably one of the most creative uses of the Bijou dragon.
Yeah. I mean, that's the use for it. This thing hunts dragons.
Because we do technically still get XP for that encounter, at least, right? If not for killing it, we get XP for just the encounter and like getting out of it, right?
Yeah, not for killing it, but you do. I'll give you XP for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna get fucking XP for it. Killing the thing.
Yeah.
I just want to put this on the. Fuck. Hold on.
Yeah, give like a little picture of it.
Yeah.
In before it's Kazoo.
The foreskin monster.
Ew.
That is not a Kazoo. That actually looks kind of familiar from somewhere.
Took it from a book.
Maybe it's just a like Final Fantasy sandworm.
Yeah, this thing is. It's pretty big on the map. I think it was 7x7. I think.
Oh, that's large.
Yeah. Or 6x6. One of those two. It's bigger than normal.
He looks like a worm that has sunburn.
Yeah. The Rakast. It literally has jaws and a tongue.
It literally 3rd degree sunburn.
It's scaly. But you didn't get a piece of it, unfortunately, Chris. You can't summon it.
Did the gravity fissure do any damage to it?
No. Too deep.
I didn't think about that. That would be useful. Endgame, possibly.
Yeah.
Chris having like a whole arsenal of monsters to
Yeah.
just whip out.
That's kind of the point of this.
I'm sure he has some monsters.
What monsters you got, Chris?
I have a Hydra.
Oh shit, okay.
Okay.
A Hydra you can pull out of his ass anytime he wants.
Just casually.
I
have
had a
Hydra.
crystalline rambler.
I think he used it during the Body Father fight, yeah.
Yeah.
Ew. Yeah.
Which I think it immediately, like dominated and used against you.
Oh yeah, that did actually happen, didn't it?
Yeah. But for now, you did escape the Rakost. Ancient Rakost. Leaving the sort of field of dead research behind. And you keep moving southward. Day by day. Someone roll a d4 for me.
Nope, never again.
Okay.
I want to do it.
Sure.
Hey.
Hey. Okay. A few days pass. Uneventful, thankfully. This following the same routine for a bit. It's hot outside. It's still crystal, but just the fact that the sun is there, and it's desert. It doesn't really help that much. But at some point during midday, on the third day of travel, you guys are probably about here now, actually.
Where the fuck is this city?
Macizo's on the most southern coast of Narset.
We could have rode a dragon here the whole time!
If you wanted to get past the Veil of Golden Sight.
Well, what we could have done is just brought you on the dragon, and then run through the coast. Easy peasy. Well, whatever. At least we get to experience things this way.
I would prefer not to anger the city. I would highly advise dragons flying near the city. Macizo. Do it, anti-dragon laser.
Yeah, we've experienced those.
Oh, you experienced fireballs.
Oh. Oh, it gets worse? Oh, okay.
Yes. Macizo is the capital of Narset.
That's true.
There are some dragons that are permitted to land. They have made specific agreements to do so. Any stranger dragon, especially a white chromatic. I doubt we would have been within eyeshot of the city before we got shot down.
That's fine. We can make an appeal.
Not if we're dead.
No, like, when we get there, we can make an appeal.
No. Perhaps. That'll be up to the Magister, again. The conversation is important. Between the conversation, you eventually find life on the road. If there is roads. There are no roads, I'm going to say. The roads shift all the time, but every so often you find like other footprints from other travelers. Sometimes on foot, sometimes on camel, sometimes on just a lizard, seemingly. You happen to have happened upon tracks. Multiple tracks. Wheels and lizard tracks. You're heading in that direction anyway. And eventually you come across a small caravan of kinds. You see about 3 wagons. The wheels of the wagons are covered in some sort of scale or skin of different colored reptiles, seemingly. There's human guards, the Dragonborn guards. These 3 wagons will be pulled by 3 large lizards. Different colored. One is bronze, the one is red, one is blue. You see they're laden with goods of some kind. Most of them are covered in tarp to keep the sand out. And the people, probably about 20, 30 or so. Some of them armed, most of them aren't. They're sort of approaching. You see a couple sort of break off and just kind of take a defensive post. Before Silzal sort of takes the front, holds up that silver eye symbol. Not the one you gave, Zero. A different one, actually. One that's a little more worn. I think it's been used a lot more. Been like rubbed against more. The luster's kind of going. Yours was very fresh. The guards sort of back down. You see the guards are covered in mostly scale, hide. The weapons again, dragon bone. Or a bone of some kind. Eventually you sort of just catch up, pass by. The person at the front is a really rotund dragonborn man. Red in color, so almost like gill-like ears. 2 horns that curve up, then sort of straighten out into a kind of fork above the head. Dressed very loosely in robes. I'm gonna turn off the battle music because I forgot it's on. But flowing robes, chest open, bare to the world. I don't think Dragonborns get sunburned, but he almost looks like he is. Like his scales are a little darker than normal in some places around the outer arms. As he is covered in piercings on most of his ear, like like real estate. Of just almost no metal, but a lot of bone, some wood. But as you're sort of passing, he sort of just says something draconic with a big toothy grin. Chris, you understand? Welcome, welcome, travelers. Can I interest you in some goods on the way? You are not human or dragonborn. Interesting.
Riley will say in Common and Elvish, "Do you speak Common?" And then switch to Elvish. Or do you speak Elvish?
He sort of looks towards you. Common, a little bit.
All right, Riley will just say 1 second then and cast tongues. This is probably for the better then.
Ah, yes. I assume you are guests of the Serverai here. I haven't seen many of you.
Say that. Well, as we've come to know from our chaperone, not many outside of Narset know of the truth of the world. We've been trying to fix that, but slow goings.
Well, I'm not any expert on truth or the world, but I do know wares. And can I interest you in mine?
Well, what you got?
Oh, well, mostly dragonbone, a couple of daggers, a couple of my men, which carving out of sheer boredom. Arcanite, if you wish. A few jars of aquaflies. And he sort of like pulls open, like he stops the caravan at this point and pulls open the tarps and covers to unveil most of these goods. The very back one is making a lot of noise. As he's sort of uncovering these, a few dragon aquaflies, and some water and supplies for the road if you need it.
What? The aqua?
Yeah, what'd you say?
What is an aquaflies?
Oh, aquafly. I suppose you don't have those where you're from. Water is kind of a big deal in Narset, if you haven't noticed. It's hot. It's hot. In the winter time, sometimes it freezes over in the night. Aquaflies, they tend to... They find water very easy. Very easy. They know the nearest source, the clean source too. That's what they made. So they know how to find it. So if you catch a couple around mating season, and let them go, you can follow them, find some fresh water. It's good for emergencies.
Is it good for fishing?
Can they find other liquids?
I haven't tried. They mostly around oases. They hang out. The Draconic's very good. Or is it the spell?
It's natural learn.
Ah, hello student, I see. Well, it's barely have an accent.
Thanks. I've had a long time to study in the mountain I grew up in.
But so far only water, the aquaflies will find. What liquid were you looking to find?
Maybe like magical liquid.
The Arcanium.
Yeah.
No. No, they can't do that.
I will repose my question then. Are these good tools for fishing?
To find water or to use as bait?
To find water.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Maybe. Yeah, they find water. Fresh
But are
water.
there fish in that water? Freshwater, so freshwater fish.
If you find fish in oases, then yes, I suppose.
Oasis is like that one thing with the palm tree, right?
Well, yes, just a pool of water in the desert with mostly a natural wellspring coming up. The few sources of water in, that's it. Fresh water. They're here and there, but it's hard to find if you don't know where they are. That's why the aquaflies exist.
I will be right back real quick.
All right. Hmm. Sure, I'll take some aquaflies.
Alright.
It's worth a shot.
Alright, that will be 20 dragon slices.
Great, so you use a currency that I'm unfamiliar with.
Oh, yes.
Do you take gold?
There's uses for it, but as a material, as a currency.
We might be in trouble. We are very rich on the mainland, but it seems as though we may be destitute here.
I mean, I can take it as a material good. Just, we can barter. We can, instead of using it as a currency, you can use it as a trade good.
Sure. In that case, I'm gonna pull out my sack of fish and offer 3 fish. How's this work for bartering?
Yeah, for one jar of dragon. For one jar of dragon. Aquaflies. Yes. I'll take
Alright.
it.
Sure.
Yeah, they're good.
Make sure you eat those soon, because I'm sure they'll go bad pretty fast out here.
Oh yeah. Exotic. They're good for morale. Not done with my goods yet. As he's going to the last cart, he uncovers it, and it is a cage full of cages. A cart full of cages. You see a number of creatures here. You see a couple looking like almost like red, brown, weasel-looking things that have like almost spikes around their neck. You see 2 very slender-looking, almost draconic. Well, they are draconic. Slender-looking reptilian creatures in a cage that almost look like seahorses, except they have legs, but they're currently like sitting, or I guess the best action taking is sitting on their own tail that's wrapped around like a post.
What is it? What is it?
You don't speak Draconic, right?
No, but I mean, I don't know. Did anything cool happen while I was gone that Zero could see?
He uncovered the last cart, which is full of just creatures.
Creatures.
I'm describing them. One looks like a red-brown ferret thing with spikes around the neck.
I'll ask him, what do these do?
So some of them have purposes, some of them are just cute pets.
Which one has a good purpose?
Well, he sort of takes a couple of them, the 2 cages with these almost like seahorse-looking reptiles, places them kind of on the sill of the cart, takes another kind of larger cage, 2 hands, sort of drags it to the edge. Most of you are familiar with this one, actually. That one is just a captured lantern wyvern.
Oh.
They're big. Eagle size. Great big eagle sized. And just kind of sat inside, folded up currently. You see the giant, it's almost cage-like now you're looking at it, the end of the tail that's glowing. It's almost mesh. Like, it's very strange looking. But yeah, the Kylite wings just folded up, and when it's all folded up, it's actually kind of slender. Kind of shaped like a tadpole in a way when it's all folded up. Oh, that one is a lantern wyvern. They can be trained, they're very intelligent. They can explode. Don't worry, they don't die when they do it. I knew you wanted to ask. No, there's something with their tails. They combust, and then they have to just eat and sleep to regain it. But they're good, they have good eyes. They're well trained. Those 2 are bubble drakes. They shoot bubbles. Good for cleaning when you're outside, without any water, We've been making pretty liberal use of them.
Are those the dragon? That's
The seahorse-looking reptile creatures,
yeah. Seahorse.
Bubble drakes.
I'm gonna read one of the bubble drake's minds.
Sure. Fuck's its looking stats, actually. How smart are these things? Let me see. Wow, this is taking a long time to... Okay, well, they're actually, Yeah, and sort of reading one of their minds, one of the bubble drakes, the first most thought is, When are they gonna feed me? Who are these things? you see one visibly turn towards 0, and in your brain just goes, "What is that?"
Well, how intelligent are these bubble drakes, as you call them?
They're pretty intelligent, actually. They're most iconic creatures are. They can speak. They just don't.
Really?
Yeah. They just don't.
Can I buy one?
Sure. That's 500 dragon slices.
I'm gonna turn to 500. Well, I mean, if 3 fish can get you aqua flies, oh no, we might be in trouble.
What's going on? What are those things? What does he have?
Oh, one of those things is a lantern wyvern. Riley will like whisper to Zero, "Those were the things that like stopped us at the border."
Oh shit.
And the other one is cool. It's a drake that shoots bubbles.
I'm gonna point to the
kinda-
one with the spikes and be like, what's the one with the spikes? What is that?
Oh, he hasn't explained that one yet.
Okay.
Oh, that's a Lalarola. They're well, they don't do anything, but they actually they can catch vermin. You've one of the ones that had functions. That one just I kind of like it.
I like it.
Okay, let's see here. So, from what I understand, you don't make use of much metal here, right?
No.
Riley will take out his last dagger and be like, "How much do you think this is worth?"
He sort of, as you hand it to him, he sort of looks towards it. I'm no expert, but he sort of flicks it with a finger. You hear it ting and like reverberate. Steel, probably. I don't know. I'm just guessing. This probably worth 250 dragon slices.
So that's half the cost already. That's good news. What else does Riley have that he is willing to get rid of?
Can I'm gonna go away, like, maybe... Yeah, I'm gonna go to maybe 40 feet away.
Okay.
So I'm standing away from people. And then I'm just gonna use all of my eggs.
Just for fun.
This is such a horrible idea. While he's doing that, waiting for the fucking chicken apocalypse to happen, Riley will... he'll bring out one of his bag of caltrops. Careful, these are rough to the touch as well.
Yeah, they sort of bring a bag of caltrops, which were useful when you were level 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sort of take that out. He sort of looks in. That's interesting. That could be useful even outside of the battering. Nice. We'll call that one 300.
300?
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot more
well, I
metal than
think
that one. And also, I can sell them individually. As little
this is
trinkets.
true. Alright, well, I think we have a deal then.
Alright, so, one bubble drake.
Sure thing. And I'll ask which one... Alright, which one of you wants to be my friend?
They both sort of just look at each other, look back at you. They both just look at each other again, just neither of them really responding one way or another. In the meantime, Chris, just roll d6. All your eggs? 100% of your eggs?
So, yeah.
Okay.
So should I do 5d6?
5d6, yeah.
Okay.
Good God, okay. Fuck, I rolled. Roll 2 more d6. You roll a 6. Oh, roll 1 more, because you rolled 6 again. Okay, there we go. So 1. Okay. Roll 2d6. These are for the ones. You summon 7 eggs. Just eggs. Just there's normal ass eggs. The 2s, you roll 2 of them. Roll 4d6. Uh, 8 eggs randomly shot in every direction of you. You're 40 feet away. Yeah, I'll say you're far enough that it doesn't hit anybody. Okay. Burn.
It's just a little confetti that just blew up over there.
Yeah. And 4s. Okay, roll 2d8. Okay, so you have... you summon 5 hard-boiled eggs. They restore 2 HP if not consumed within 8 hours, and then they just, after that, become mundane eggs. So functionally, what you did was summon a lot of eggs, and then some of them just shot out your body.
Least awful egg usage.
Yeah, just a lot
So
of
I
eggs.
have five eggs that can give you HP,
Yeah.
and then 7 eggs.
That is eggs.
Just regular eggs.
Normal eggs. And then you just have a bunch of scattered eggs on the ground because they hit the floor.
Can I try and pick some of those eggs up?
Yeah.
If they're intact.
With some of the sand, some of them are intact, so you can add, like, let's call, like, 3 more eggs to that. So 10 normal eggs. 5 hard-boiled eggs. No chickens. No creatures. Somehow the calmest use. This is where this is the episode where Chris's mojo has died. Yeah.
The chaos is there, but it is not. It's a little bit deflated.
A little tamer in practice. Yeah. Riley, while you're trying to convince these bubble drakes to, like, who wants to be your Pokemon? They both just look over to Chris as you just look over and see eggs eject from his body in every direction, and he just turns around, armfuls of eggs.
I'll go to the guy and say, will these work? 5 of them are hard boiled and will be good for your health.
He sort of picks up one of the eggs, the hard-boiled one, sort of just sniffs it a bit, taps it against the cart, starts peeling it. You know we have eggs here. But I'm not going to say no to a snack.
It's like a free carton of eggs.
That's true. What's in? I don't know if you want a carton of eggs. Each one of those is probably about... Oh, for the whole total. Probably about 8 dragon slices.
Only 8?
Just eggs. We have fowl here. We have eggs. Metal we don't have. I rounded up to 10 because this is a good snack. Those are good eggs.
Fine, I'll just leave them here.
If you have anything else to trade, anything you don't need, that might be interesting to us.
Let me check.
Yeah. I check in your bag, rummaging through it.
Yeah.
Putting your whole hand in their bag of holding. They're not surprised. So turn towards you, Zero, and kind of like, I'll say broken common. You speaky common?
Yeah.
What by?
How much do you want for the spiked one?
He sort of looks like he's trying to translate in his brain.
I'll point to it.
Oh, yeah. 100 He sort of turns towards one of the guards. How do you say dragon slice? In common. he sort of just goes, The 100 tequila.
I'll nod and not know what to do with that information, but we'll just begin grabbing things out of my bag. Because I've watched Chris and Riley barter with him now, right?
What they offer them fish and eggs, and just metal objects like caltrops and daggers.
Okay. I'll tell Riley to tell him to say when, and I'll start taking stuff out of my bag. I'm gonna start with
Here, I'll
okay.
just assist in the process to make sure Zero isn't getting swindled.
All right.
Yeah, so I have it says 3 kilo bags of spices that I had bought originally for Fintu. I don't think I ever gave it to them, so I still have it on my person. But these are spices from like Gobethis, so this is like foreign shit. They don't get here.
Yeah.
I feel like, right?
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna offer 1 of the kilo bags of spices. I will then and see what he says. If Riley's able to translate what the fuck that is to him.
Easily.
Yeah, as you go, yeah, these are spices from a foreign land. He sort of just nods. He opens the bag for a bit. Takes the half-eaten hard-boiled egg he has, sort of dips it in it. he takes one bite. You ever seen that scene for the food critic from Ratatouille?
yeah. Wait, where he tries Ratatouille again?
He tries Ratatouille again. He just goes to like the childhood memories of his mother.
Yeah.
You just see this dude just have a 10,000-mile stare, staring to the distance. See a tear roll down his face. He takes the bag and hands you the Lala Rolla.
Wait, that feels like too much of a steal. I'm gonna give him 2 of the bags. So he has 2 kilo bags of, of the spices.
I have a vial of arcanium.
We're just handing that shit out now. It's
No,
crazy.
dude. No, the magic country, they have arcanium, dude. You gotta get creative.
I'll see if it's worth something.
Yeah, as he's taking the 3 kilo bags, like wiping the snot from his eyes and tears, finishing the egg. He takes another egg from you, Chris. Starts cracking it open. So he's holding the vial of arcanium. Oh, sorry, something in my. Yes, arcanium. Familiar, though not uncommon, though it is a little harder to come by. It's worth something, yes. That vial,
How much?
probably closer to 125 dragon slices.
What about this clump of arcanite?
He points to the cart full of arcanite. I mean, they're about 50 a pop.
Okay, I can probably, because I have 4 vials of arcanium.
Oh, that's
So
1,000.
that'd work.
1,000 worth. You can get the lantern wyvern if you want.
Is the lantern wyvern 1,000?
Yes, on the dot actually.
I will. I'll actually do. I'll just do a bubble drink.
Oh, Drake. Okay. Oh, you can. I'm not going to swindle you. If you wish, you can keep 2 of those vials. That'd be with. Wait, 120? No, 4. No, wait. I got my math wrong. You can afford a bubble drink, not a lantern raven. With all 4. 125 each.
Okay.
4 vials. Yes. he just turns back to some like super underpaid like Dragonborn worker. Hey, why did you correct my math? You're fired. Yeah, as he hands you now own both bubble drinks, and which one wants to go with who, that's up to you guys.
Well, I mean, they're intelligent creatures. I'll read their mind again and see.
You read their mind. One of them sort of turns to the other and just You read the thoughts. I guess you belong to these people now.
I'll tell them, okay, get on my back.
Yeah, as you sort of open the cage and you say, in Draconic, they just, again, look at each other. Riley, the one you're reading the mind of, just sort of just goes, well, it's better than washing the guy's pits. And just, yeah, starts sort of buzzing up a little bit. Like, you see tiny little dragonfly wings, seahorse little flippers, but they're elongated and they just flap really rapidly as it just sort of, yeah, zips out and perches on your shoulder, Chris. It's sort of staring at the sort of undulating flesh tentacle on your head.
These things actually think.
Well, how would you know that?
They wanted me.
Wait, they both flocked to Chris?
No, just one of them.
Okay.
No, I'm telling the bubble drake about the tendrils.
Oh.
The tendril's still stuck to your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bubble drake sort of just stares at it. Sort of blows a few bubbles on it. It gets like soapy, like actually soapy.
Riley will approach the other one and take out the monster pocket and say, if travel is too much, you can always take a comforting respite in here.
Maybe persuasion check.
Sure.
That is a strange foreign magical item.
Test try, see what's up. Never required.
You see it sort of approach and sort of tap the end as that red energy sort of envelops it and sucks it into the monster pocket.
I'll give it a minute. Can it expel itself voluntarily?
I don't know, actually. Probably. If it's like willing.
Okay. I'll give it a minute and then I'll expel it and see. How was that?
I'm assuming this is the one you're reading the mind of.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, in your brain just goes. Is I.
Well, he'll just put it back on his belt. It's there if you ever want back in.
Can I go
And I'll
in?
give him a fish.
Yeah, give it a fish. And it's like, it does have like kind of like, yeah, seahorse kind of mouth. It is very elongated, but it does have teeth, and it does kind of just slowly pick at the fish. Wait, Chris, what were you saying?
Oh, I wanted to try going in the monster pocket.
I guess you could, technically. That's not exactly against the rules.
I just want to see what it's like in there.
Are you going to throw the monster pocket at Chris?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Or are you entering your own monster pocket, Chris?
Sure, I'll enter my own.
Sure. You headbutt your own monster pocket as the red energy envelops you. You get sucked in, and it is just a white, featureless, kind of like square room, except the one side is almost like glass, like you can see the outside of the front of the monster pocket, which is now currently just head first in the sand. I was sort of staying there for a couple more seconds. Some items begin to materialize. Very basic amenities, like a couch, table, a bed. There's no decoration, it's still just white. But like, you get the basic amenities. There's like a little water fountain there. Like, the one wall is just dedicated to just pumping out food.
I look to the bubble drake. Do you like it in here?
The monster park can only hold one creature at a time.
Oh, so it's outside.
Yeah, it's outside.
Same with the tendrils.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and exit then.
Yeah, you just kind of think about exiting, trying to maybe put your hand on the glass or something, and sort of get the will to exit. Put your hand on the glass. You sort of just get sucked into it and just get ejected out of the monster pocket.
It's actually not too bad there.
I've got other escapes. I'll be fine.
The merchant sort of looks towards you. 0. Still, you gave... How many kilograms of spice did you give the guy?
I have 3 bags. Each bag is 1 kilo. So now he has 2 kilos of spices. I did want to... Okay, so... Because, okay, originally he was just going to charge me 1 for the ferret thing. How much of the dragon currency was he asking for originally?
100.
100, okay. And then the wyvern's 1,000, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so I need something better. I want both, but I'm like... I don't need both, and I don't know how long we're going to be here, and I don't want to risk one of them dying if I put one in the monster pocket. Chris, would you let me borrow your monster pocket if I brought both of them back? Because here's what I want to do, okay? I want to give the wyvern to Gary, because I feel like I don't know, I just feel like he's like homesick sometimes. He can't ever come back again. And I've never seen these shits anywhere except here, so if we brought him a lantern wyvern, I don't know, maybe he can even use it in the final fight. He's a ranger, he likes animals, right? So I'm just saying, can I borrow one of your monster pockets, or are you using both of them?
Do you have the one that I gave you from earlier?
I don't think you gave me one. I think you might have given me one for
for the-
Salazazo, right? His camel.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, if we're away from the worm now, I probably took it out and I gave it back to you.
Okay, then yeah. I just give that one back then.
Okay, so I can borrow it and I'll give it back to you when we get back to Teague. But I need to find out if I can even buy the last one because I don't have their money. I don't know what he'll take from me. Okay, so because I gave him 2 of those bags. Can we say, yeah, one of those counts towards the 1,000? So I owe him like 900 worth left, right? Roughly.
Roughly. You need to get an exact amount of how much he thought the spices were worth. He just cried and gave you the thing.
I'll turn to him and be like, the red one is asking how much the spices are worth.
At the thought of remembering the spices, another tear shed. They are priceless.
I'll turn to 0. I think you could probably get whatever you want.
Ask him how much spices he wants for the wyvern. I have 1 more bag he can have.
I'll pass the question on.
If I get the bag, wyvern's yours.
Yep,
The last
it's a deal.
Bet? Okay, bet. I'm gonna give him the last bag and then I'd like the wyvern, please.
Okay, you get the lantern wyvern. It's a big cage, like one of those big square ones, like a dog kennel kind of almost thing. Yeah, as you have to kind of hoist it out.
Okay. I'll put that on the carpet for now, because I don't know. Did he had them covered up before? That'd be better, right? So he's not like under the sun.
Maybe.
Like, if we're talking about like animal care here, right? Realistically, will the lantern wyvern be more comfortable if he was out of the sunlight if I just put him away?
Probably.
Oh wait, I can read their mind, right? Or I can try to.
You have detect thoughts? Something?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Then yeah, you can.
Yeah, I have detect thoughts. I want to cast it on the wyvern and see what he thinks. And I'll ask him out loud. Hey, do you want to stay out here under the sun? Oh, I guess I don't know if he understands me. If they understand any language at all, it's Draconic, right?
Probably Draconic, yeah.
Fuck. I'll look to Chris or Riley and I'll be like, hey, ask him if he wants to stay out here or if he wants to get in the pocket if it's too hot out here.
Riley will turn to the wyvern. What's your preference for being inside or outside?
You get back audibly, like with a spoken voice. Cover me.
Yeah, the wyvern wants to be covered. You know what? I should ask. Do any of you have names?
They all simultaneously shake their head.
No, huh? Would you like names?
They all simultaneously shrug.
Something to think about. So wait, hold on. Did he give us the cage, or did he just open the
He
cage?
gave you the cage.
I'm gonna give the cage back and be like, well, won't need this anymore.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I got no concern about it flying out.
No.
What is the bubble drake's natural habitat?
Oh, they're found near oases, or at least the sources of our oases too. Anywhere with this fresh water.
Yeah, the fortress is next to a nice body of water.
Yeah, just make sure it's warm. Yeah, like the
Well, it'll be colder than Narset for sure, but I mean, we're travelers, so.
Well, these creatures are very hardy. Well, not the bubble drakes. They're kind of squished, but lantern wyvern can survive many climates. Well, I've been told, at least.
He said the lantern wyvern can?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They're usually native to Narset, but the tail can keep them warm in colder times. At night, usually. I wouldn't stress them too much, but who knows? Maybe they can deal.
I'm gonna put the wyvern, or I'm going to gesture to the monster pocket and get the wyvern to go into the monster pocket if he chooses to, and then if he does, I'm gonna give the cage back to the guy.
Okay. Maybe persuasion check. 10. Well, I mean, the bubble drake went in by 10, so yeah. As you sort of gesture, lantern wyvern sort of just seemingly understanding some of the situation, just sort of boops the thing, gets engulfed by the red, and is now in a climate-controlled, fed and watered area for the time being.
Okay. I will give him the cage back, and I will, I guess I'll leave the extra monster pocket with Chris for now, and then I'll get it later if I need it. But I kind of want to carry the ferret one in my hands so I can, like, overriding the carpet. Or like, will it be cool, or is it gonna bite me?
Make an animal handling check.
Damn bit.
You have a not good track record with this. Hey, there we go.
It was actually decent
As long as
today,
it's
not
puck,
punished.
Yeah. As long as it's not Puck, your actual child. You make good animal
Your
handling checks.
actual child.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't know shit about these things. You learned about them 10 minutes ago. But as you're flying on the carpet, holding it in your hand, it sort of just like curls up in a ball and sort of falls asleep in your hand.
Wait, how little is it?
It's like ferret-sized-ish. Like,
Because ferrets are not that small.
Yeah.
Ferrets are like
bigger, sort of smaller than a ferret.
Yeah,
they're somewhere between a ferret and like a gopher or something.
Or like, okay, wait,
so
wait,
they're
hold
like
on, hold on.
cat-sized.
Is it
Go for
like what are they called? Stoats?
Yeah, stoats. That's what I'm thinking of.
Like it's like a stoat size?
Yeah, not a ferret, a stoat. Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking scream. I love stoats so much. Okay.
That's what I was thinking of. Yes, stoat, not
I
ferret.
fucking love stoats.
bad.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, that thing's cute.
Dude, they're fucking precious, aren't they? I want one so bad, but like, wild animal.
Yeah, as a Lollarolla is curled up in your hands. It stings. You can see as it sort of inhales and exhales, the spikes on its neck also kind of flare up and it digs into your palm.
Heck yeah. Does it hurt actually, or is it just like uncomfy?
It's uncomfy, but like it's uncomfy like being pricked by something sharp that's like it's on the verge of piercing skin.
Is it like, I don't know. Oh, I guess that's kind of harder. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it like a hedgehog? But hedgehogs don't pierce skin.
Yeah, like it has less spikes than a
kinda
hedgehog. The spikes it does have very sharp.
Okay. That's fine. I'll put up with it.
That's fine. You're good. You're tough. You climbed weirder things. But yeah, the merchant sort of just looks at the mostly empty carts now. Well, you've done pretty good cleaning me out. So good pleasure doing business with you. Unless you want some more, Dragon Bone. Good in chatting.
What was he saying about the aqua flies earlier?
If you release them, they find the nearest body of fresh water.
How much did he want for those?
20.
100.
I believe they're 20 of these.
Oh, never mind.
They are insects.
Oh,
in a
right.
jar.
I just gave him fish, and,
Yeah.
and he decided that was enough. Yeah.
How big were they?
Each one is probably like a size like a housefly. Like it's a jar full of them.
Okay, they're in jars.
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of want to just get one. Did he take Arcanium earlier? Did he want that or no?
Yeah, you took it.
How much was it worth earlier?
125-ish.
Okay. Can I give him one vial of Arcanium for 2 of them?
Yeah, you can get all 3 if you want to.
Sure.
And you have 3 jars of aquaflies. Not sure how long they last, but
Damn, I didn't think about that.
they are
Shit.
insects.
Okay.
Be hilarious if the moment you teleport to Thane, they just drop dead.
See, I was gonna give them to somebody in Fentu for like an emergency, but I mean, I forget that they're bugs and they live and they die.
Gonna introduce an invasive species.
Yes, yes, eco-terrorism. Yes.
If anyone would benefit from aquaflies, it'd probably be people in Son, to be honest. They're very similar climates. Mostly.
Fentu can breed aquaflies, then fuck it. Okay.
Right. Okay. Any other wares I can interest you in? I have 2, exactly 2.
No, I think I'm pretty satisfied.
I'm good.
Alright, well. Pleasure meeting some very interesting characters down the road. Well, that'll do it for me. Heading on the road.
Good travels then.
Yes, the wing shield you. And they just...
We still don't know who the wing is, do we?
The God of Dragons. Elizazo just watching this whole thing. I'm sorry I couldn't find a proper name. I guess it never came up.
Well, worry not. There are many gods. And we know not all of them either.
And many pseudonyms, I imagine, too. Oh. Congratulations on your new pets. This was not what I expected to do with it today.
Wait, is that Celizazo saying that?
Celizazo, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't really know if I view this drake as a pet. I mean, it has thoughts.
Yes, most animals do.
Yeah, but like, I can understand them.
You can do that with
I'm gonna
magic.
tell. I'm gonna tell the bubble drake. Let me know if you see anything interesting.
Yeah, sort of nods. Apparently capable of speaking, just refuses to.
I'm gonna ask my drake. Do you have aspirations?
How long does Tech Thoughts last?
I can put it up again.
Yeah, as you cast Tech Thoughts again. As you ask Is tongue still up?
Tongues last longer than detect thoughts,
Okay.
so yeah.
Sure. Yeah, as you ask if the drink has aspirations, it just looks you dead in the eyes and just goes, to cleanse the world of all filth. It gets closer, like barely touching you. All filth.
Well, that's subjective. What would you describe as filth?
I don't have to answer that.
Hey man, if you think I'm filth, you can go ahead and cleanse me.
It takes a good long stare at you. It spits bubbles on your forehead.
See, I'm not offended by that. That's fine. Do what you need to.
Your hair is oily.
I've been on the road for a while.
Disgusting.
So, fix it.
It starts hovering above you, spitting bubbles into your hair and using its like tail, which you, now that you're touching it, very foamy, very spongy, very soft. And it's just massaging, essentially shampoo in your hair. And in your brain, all you hear is just like, I hate you with all my fiber of my being.
Oh, God.
I will cleanse you.
I have spectral merrics to cleanse me.
It turns towards you, Chris, still washing Riley's hair. You are next. When I am through with all of you, you will be squeaky clean, whether you want to or not.
Fine by me.
You've unleashed a dictator into the world. A tyrant of
Cleanliness. This is like the maid in Great Ace Attorney.
Okay, that is. I didn't even put it.
I was nervous that you were gonna ask him, "Oh, what do you consider filth?" and that he was gonna slowly like turn and look at me, and he was gonna be like a racist bubble drake.
Well, he is a little bit racist. He's racist against the uncleanly. I'll turn to the bubble drake and say, "Listen, I don't own you. You're free to go. So like, stick around if you want to. I'm sure the cleanliness will fade from me one day."
Guide me to outer lands, so that I may clean the heathens.
This is awesome. Can do. Well, I'm a little bit sad. I thought I'd found a protege, but well, I guess these drakes have different aspirations.
I might be able to enhance my bubble drake's bubble making capabilities with research.
And I'll turn to Celazazi. So yeah, not really pets. They're more like dead set on making us clean. And everything clean.
Well, yes. Again, the thing with dragons and most draconic creatures, they are very bound by their nature. There are exceptions, of course, but most white dragons will enjoy the hunt. Most silver dragons will enjoy the civilization and generally hanging out. Most bubble drakes like to clean. Yours seems a little on the extreme side.
Well, that's fine.
An extremist.
A cleanliness extremist. Yeah, but the traveling merchants met. The rest of the day goes uneventfully.
I can't help but think there's somebody we need to send to about something, but I always be thinking that.
Oh, always need time about something.
Bitches be talking.
Bitches be talking.
Bitches be casting spells. I love casting spells.
Let's go through
I'm
the
gonna-
continents. Go through the cities. Is there anyone in Goldmund? Is there anyone in Alra?
There is one Archon Gdaeafin that I would like to try sending to and ask, hey, do you know anything about like a god devouring pink worm? Seems like it's been around for a while in our set. Send a message.
You send the message as you feel the message get snatched out of the air by a wind filled with white petals.
Okay, yeah, she's not having any of our shit. All right.
I should note, systematically throughout the rest of the day after meeting the traveling merchant, Riley's bubble drake tries to clean all of you. Regardless of order or command.
And the other one doesn't?
No, it follows whatever the fuck Chris does.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting...
Even as it gets cleaned?
Yeah. Every living being in the planet will get cleaned.
I'll flick it with my finger if it touches me.
Come on, Zero.
Give it a
We've
little,
been on the road for a while. A bath would be nice, would it not?
give it a little flick.
You give it a flick on the forehead as it's trying to get close to you. It just stares directly in your face. Like dumb little dopey... Like, there's really no pupils. It's just like kind of this black orbs. And like, it just stares at you. And then just like... In Draconic, you don't hear this. Chris, you hear this and you understand it. You just hear the bubble trick just go... I hate you. You disgust me on a cellular level.
What happened here?
You're in full Draconic again, and speaking to you, Chris. Tell your friend they are filthy and must be cleansed.
Bubble Drake says you must be cleansed. You're too dirty.
Tell him to go away.
Would you like to tell the bubble Drake to fuck off?
Tell him I said to go back to Riley to get.
I'll tell the Bubble Drake, you're good.
Good. Resistance is futile. If not now, I will find you in your sleep.
Fucking god. This reminds me of that fucking mouse, that mouse that we found in that.
Oh, the ones that were warring?
Yeah, them, but also the mouse with the fucking robots. You remember him with his monologue? Where's he at? What's he doing now?
I think that's the same one. Like one of the mice were robots.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, because there's
That's
the
why
two
this
groups
changed.
that were yeah.
The balance has shifted.
Oh fuck. Where is he? Is he doing like war crimes right now?
Who knows? I think all that left was like a note like, hey, thank you for showing me the world. It's just like, let me see about his secrets. Fuck y'all pieces.
Can I use Eye of Truth to scry on him real quick?
You have his name?
I've met him.
Is it required to be? I guess you do.
Did he not tell us his name? Did he have a name?
I think he did. It was Mr. Mouse.
Was that it, Mr.
Mr.
Mouse?
Mouse, yeah. The whole thing was going to fall into Vegas reference. Scry. I think it was modifier and shit. Second hand. Oh yeah, they got like modifiers. I have a likeness. Second hand. You meant the target. Yeah, so okay. Has to make a saving throw. Mouse. Okay. What's your spell save DC?
18.
It succeeds.
Damn
All
it!
the
Wow.
19 plus stuff.
dumb. I'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Actually, can I use my last spell slot to cast Sending and just be like, where are you right now?
He gets through the mistrust. You hear back. Just very mysteriously. Beginning the revolution for all rodent kind. You'll know my name soon.
This is what we're doing to the animal world on Jana's behalf now.
We're all rangers in spirit.
And awful at it.
Just the worst rangers.
Bubble Drake tries to clean all of you at some point. Those of you who let it get cleaned very well, actually. If albeit against your will. But continuing on throughout the rest of the day. The final day. Uneventful, but you do arrive closer to afternoon. You see a glow in the distance. Like an actual glow. A reflection. Very bright to the point, like, at a distance, you only see this white reflection. Like a glint, like of something glinting off a mirror. As you're getting closer, though, the next couple of hours, you begin to see that the city itself is pretty high up. This glow is kind of just everywhere, actually, like across this whole city. But the closer you get to it, you realize the city's not just built tall, it is floating. It is suspended on a inverted pyramid of colossal size, an entire city built on this floating, all made up of golden metal and arcanite plates. Below it, you see a crater that was left where some earth has been taking up, or where the city was built into, and it rose up out of that spot. We can see what essentially slums, people living in literally in the sand, built above like hardened sandstone. Some huts if they have a luxury. But the rest of the city is suspended in the air on a giant gilded pyramid. Above it are buildings, like whole buildings not made of dragon bone, made of sandstone, white alabaster, brick and mortar. The glint you were seeing was this giant crystal that is, again, floating at the top of another pyramid, or more like a ziggurat, near the center of the city itself. Though, as you get closer, that becomes to come out of view as well. That crystal is shaped in almost like a dragon head, in a way. Just slowly rotating, glassy, ever looking. You don't see a way up, but as you get closer, Salazar just flashes that silver eye symbol again. As a minute passes, as you see, coming from the edge of the pyramid, floating in the sky, is a set of yellow stairs beginning to slowly form to the edge. They're looking down into the crater where the city probably used to reside. See destitute people. Humans, dragonborns, some of them missing limbs, some of them undead, just roaming down there. You see one guy just get utterly eviscerated by one undead that just happened to be crossing in his way. Starving, malnourished. Salazar just looks down for a bit, but pauses for a bit, looks up, and continues to ascend the stairs. Welcome to Macizo.
Well, I'd say that's a hell of an entrance, but most cities we've been to have this same problem.
Yes, it seems comes with the territory of civilization, I suppose. They are, some of them are criminals, some of them are just trying to get in the city and can't. So they're staying here and begging for scraps, hoping they'd They get lucky, someone shows them mercy. Mestizo is a city of academics, of skill, of, I suppose, of high pride. It's a city of focus. Not kind to the, I suppose, outer dregs. But it is also the seat of power. And you've seen the power that it can wield already. Or at least I've told you about it.
Well, I can see with my eyes, too. It's not every day that you see an inverted pyramid standing tall. I assume it has something to do with that big-ass crystal.
I myself do not know the specifics, but I believe it's an old form of arcane usage to sort of lighten the weight of something. I myself am not responsible for being at the running. I believe the Sumnian airships operate under a similar principle.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
But yes, this is where the Magister resides, and this is where I reside, my home. And for a while it will be where you reside until next steps are ironed out.
Right. Let's hope a while is closer to a day or two. Looks at the tracker.
From where you are now actually pretty much more or less on the southern, closer to the southern coast. Not directly on it, but from where you are, can't see it, but you can kind of smell some sea air. Looking at the tracker, it is pointing more or less southwest, more wester than southwest.
Indeed. The island has changed course.
Hmm.
So I guess we'll see what happens over the next bit.
Yeah. Come on up. I doubt they'll shoot at you once I'm with you as well. You all ascend?
Yep.
Yeah. Ascending the blue arcane staircase, each footfall hard against the hardened light magic that suspends you in the air. Hanging onto the railings on the side, and you're sort of ascending step by step, this floating city high up in the air. I say high up, closer to like 70, 80 feet up in the air, the crater about as deep. Each step slowly going up and up until eventually you rise into a beautiful city. Every building perfectly washed, whitewashed, made of yellow, white stone. Perfectly good decorations. Colored beads sort of string across the some doorways. Glass decorations as well, a lot of it almost like molded by, like they were molded on the spot and like welded into the brick itself. Very figurines of various animals, some of just herds of axe beaks you've seen before, one or many of dragons, I suppose. And as you're progressing further into the city, the streets themselves almost begin to almost give light in a way. In between the bricks that make up the streets begin to glow as you step on them. The sun at this point very slowly dipping into sunset. The moment the sun crests below the horizon, bricks light up. Only the bricks, but a central are a few towers, almost like lighthouses, glass topped, a giant lens, and a blue arcane flame just lighting up most of the city. Even beyond that, there's still people here, humans, dragonborn, the only race you've seen here. Some of them on flying carpets already. Some on flying broomsticks. Some are already practicing magic and just casting various spells of light. Children, even. All of them giving you strange looks as you're passing through the streets. You pass through market stalls, most of them selling dragon bone, or food, or just like grilled lizard. You find yourself amidst the strangest of lands, yet you are the strangest people here. As Celizazo would just slowly guide you towards that central ziggurat, made up of the same stone that's separated by a moat that's dug into the pyramid itself. Isolated from the rest of the city, but standing tall with that crystalline dragon at the top of it. That is where we'll pick up a couple weeks from now.
Wow, what an insane session.
A lot happened.
Yeah.
You don't have a god anymore.
Yeah.
Not where I thought that would be going.
It is a weird feeling not having your god.
Now you could be the next one.
Because you do kind of make them a part of your character.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Well, let's
That's
be honest. If anybody was gonna lose it, it was Chris. I like how this is one session after he refused the other god's offer too.
Yeah, it was a lot of bad rolls in a row.
Yeah.
Even the switching places was a totally random roll. It was a 50-50 shot.
So Chris was like one mistake away from dying
Yeah.
for good.
If he ever reached 0 hit points in that place, his soul would have been obliterated. Who the fuck's that guy? Who knows? I know.
That's the end boss of campaign 2.
Look, man, stop revealing my secrets.
You guys don't think that had anything to do with the dragon god, do you? The unnamed dragon god?
I don't think it is the dragon god. It's more like the dragon devil.
It seems like it's just like maybe the god of like destruction, or maybe the god of hunger, or the god of eating.
It almost seems like
Oh, you called
its
it like a
own-
sentient
yeah,
sphere of destruction.
almost kind of like its own entity of just what nothing is, what void is. It seemed to know a lot.
I don't know what to feel about that one.
Like it knew about the souls and the moon, which I didn't know about. I thought it was just one entity.
I didn't even have any fucking like preconceptions about the moon. I just figured it was like a military base.
What if the moon is just a giant ball of annihilation?
We're fucked then.
Yeah, because I also thought it was gonna be like a ship or something. But no, he said souls.
Mostly innocent souls.
What if it's just like the Death Star, but it works off soul power?
It makes me think about why there are spheres of annihilation in the world. Like, where did where did the igniter get that from? because essentially, like the creature's mouth, it was almost like a sphere of annihilation.
Yeah, had very similar properties.
Something to pose with maybe Pratchell. That's like a lot of stuff at once, though. Like a few sessions ago, we found an anti-fucking magic dragon, and now we have a god eater. This world is so fucked, dude.
One apocalypse at a time. Puzzles did say that this happened 6 times in thousands of years.
Right.
Maybe it's not gonna be that bad.
Maybe, yeah, maybe it'll be sated by the god flesh. Or maybe it'll go insane because it just consumed chaos.
It did say it didn't like the taste of the chaotic flavors before. Hopefully, I didn't make it mad by escaping.
I made it mad by existing. I don't know if it like is locked onto me as a target now, but gotta be careful.
Centipedes with faces on them.
Good thing I have Zoom Zoom.
1,000 EXP.
Yataze.